feckless. It's nice to have a. All righty. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Planning Board meeting Monday, October 20th, 2025. We're a hybrid meeting, so I think we have one member online, so our votes will be roll call votes. Take a quick roll call here. Nat Lowell.
Here.
Joe Topham.
Here.
John Kitchener.
Here.
Hillary Rayport.
Here.
Alternate Stephen Welch.
Here.
Abby DiMolina. Howard Matz.
Here.
Staff members, Leslie Snell.
Here.
Meg Trudell.
Here.
Oh, great. William Sod.
Here.
Catherine Ansero. Great. I would entertain a motion to,
Motion to approve the agenda. Second is written.
motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Hillary.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. I'd also like to offer this moment for public comment on items that are not listed on our agenda. If there's anyone that would like to make a comment.
I hate to go without saying something. Oh, anyway,
I
I
was
just wanted to
wondering.
thank you guys again for your public hearing on short-term rental and your debates and everything. And I think that was informative to everyone. And I appreciate the split vote without trying to make it unanimous one way or the other. So good luck to everybody.
Thank you, Campbell. Okay, Mark is not here yet.
I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here.
So we have Mark Willett, the head of the water department, here to give us a presentation. The floor is yours, Mark.
Thank you.
for coming.
I just kind of wanted to, after some conversations with my commission, just wanted to give you guys a quick update on our permit and kind of where we stand as growth and being able to handle it. Moving forward, we're finalizing a really pretty high-tech, very, very accurate hydraulic model of our system, which will allow us, when we get a larger subdivision, I'm not talking, the smaller cul-de-sac style, but if it's like Old South Road development or like a Tacoma Green development, something that's going to be substantial, or the 40B property, if we're talking 60 plus, 50 plus units, I will be able to run that model and we can take a look at what that's going to mean to our permit. Especially under these drought conditions, it's going to be very helpful. Hopefully we're not in the drought when we get into next season, but I mean, we don't know. And I think it would be an important tool. So you guys have been great. The planning department's been great getting plans over to me and letting me and David at Sewer know what's happening. And that's awesome. We'll be able to take those plans and we can get those plans into the model and tell us what the impact it has on our withdrawal permit. I'm only able to pump a daily maximum amount of whatever is in my permit for that particular year. Obviously, we're really close to that now, but in January, we get a bump up into the next portion of our permit. So we should be good to handle anything on your plans and documents going forward for the next little bit. But just wanted to let you guys know that soon when we get to that point where there are the larger subdivisions and bigger things happening, maybe a major commercial development that could be a big user, we would like to have some input and run a model and help you guys make a good decision with that model information if the system can handle it or not.
Questions, board members?
I have a question, Mark. Thank you so much for coming here to meet and present today. So this is for the larger subdivisions, but we have these smaller, 2 to 5 in front of us all the time, and sometimes there are a bunch of them. So
Right.
it can, yeah, and most of the development is smaller. So how should we be thinking about our permit and protecting our water for these?
We can actually run the model for 2 houses. We can do as little as possible, as little number as houses as possible in a development. If you guys decide you would like us to run that model for a 4-lot subdivision or a 5-lot subdivision, or I have 3 over here and 6 over here and 2 over here, can you run them all together? We could do that. It might be beneficial for maybe a joint water commission meeting with you guys to go over how we set that up and come up with what would best help you guys, give you guys some help with the knowledge you need to make the decisions that you're forced to make. Now, I know there's a lot of stuff that's zoning regulated and all that, but with some things, maybe there's situations where because of the water permit or because of whatever else, we could give you the right information to help you make that decision, even if it's a simple thing like everything happening on Old South Road and the different pockets of development that are only 3 or 4 here, 5 here, 6 here. We could run Old South Road with all of that in and built out and find out what that does to our permit. This will also help me, working with you guys will end up helping me when I go to negotiate with Mass DEP about my permit and looking for an increase. Me working with the planning and working with you guys is only going to benefit Comet in trying to change that permit.
Mark, can I say something?
Yes, please.
Mark, how you doing? Thank you for
Good.
this.
Yep.
I've always wanted you to be at our meetings once in a while, just to kind of come back to earth a little bit with some of these
Right.
things.
Right.
But when you talk about, and the public needs to understand about the state,
Yes.
when things get said about water capacity or whether it's pumping, with all the emphasis with PFAS in the 2 wells from the summer, and then you get the drought. People, a lot of people didn't even know what a deduct meter was until this year when all that stuff came out in public like that. I think we got to keep discussing this in a section of each thing has its own definition. Okay,
Right.
okay, we have a pumping problem this year, not a water capacity problem.
Right.
Well, then we have that well out there that you told me about that has what did you call it? The one that they measure from or something? The
Yeah,
height?
Russell's Way. It has a
Russell's
specific
Way,
height.
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that kind of stuff is it's complicated to put all that in front of you. You know what I mean?
Right. If you give me 2 seconds, I can explain the Russell's Way in a way everybody can understand it.
Yep.
So there's a measuring device in Russell's Way that we don't measure. It measures automatically through radio signals and goes back to DEP. When that level gets below their mark, what they call drought level or potential drought level in that well, they measure down to say 25 feet. If it gets lower than that, we're in a drought. So right now, as we stand today, maybe I don't know about the rain today. We are about 6, 7, 7.5 inches below the drought level. So if we get an inch of rain, about 50% of that water makes it down to the water table. So if I tell you I got to make up 7 inches, but only half is going down, I need 14 inches of rain to get out of drought. And once I get out of drought, I have to stay at that level for 60 days, state mandated, 60 days before they lift the drought. So for us to have no drought conditions for the summer, say the summer starts in May, irrigation, outside water use, boats, all that stuff, we need 14 to 15 inches of rain or snow before March. And that
Okay.
permit, so the permit for me, my license is like a licensed plumber or like Mr. Lowell, a licensed gas fitter through the state. Under drought conditions, I have water above the pump. I have 100 feet of water above our pumps,
That's what I
but
want.
I can't turn that pump up to pump more water to meet demand because we're under a drought condition. If I turn that up, it's like me plumbing your house wrong. They're going to slap my hand once or twice, and then they're going to pull my license. So they control the permit. The Commonwealth manages the resource. I have to follow their code book. And that's what the code book says.
Okay, I'm glad you said that because that was my next question. And then, so now the follow-up is if we're under this, we'll call it directive from the state,
Yep.
it doesn't mean we're running out of water. It
No.
means we have a restriction that we're required to follow even though we have plenty of water. So it's sort of like, kind of like two different things are happening at the same time. And I think that that's really important for everyone to understand. And we're not going to suddenly have no water. It's
Correct.
just, that's what they call a drought for Nantucket,
Yes.
100 miles away. So,
Yes.
okay. Thank you very much, Mark, for this.
Mark, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, go.
So when you talk about us passing on information about subdivisions and water usage, this is really about you having the information, so when it's time to negotiate your permit for the next year, probably that development won't be drawing water for at least a year, probably.
Right.
It isn't about us not having enough water as much as it is about us or about you negotiating the proper numbers on the permit.
The proper numbers on the permit, what we're forecasting for development, and quite honestly, for myself, we at Wanacommet need to do a better job of enforcement. I got to figure out a way how to deal with the customers that just pay the fine and they're just going to keep paying the fine forever. And it doesn't matter what that fine amount is. And we're working with the state right now with Mass DEP to figure out what the maximum fine is. Can we do, I don't want to call it public shaming, but can we put a list of addresses in the paper every month that this is, they're not complying and helping. So all of it kind of ties into that permit, and you guys sending me that information on certain developments and things that are going on helps me immensely with negotiating my permit. If I don't have a relationship with you and I don't really pay attention to what you guys are doing, and I don't know all this growth is happening or this subdivision is happening, I could run into permit issues. And that's why I think it's been good, really good communication for quite a while now. And I think this model that we're going to have is going to reinforce the strength of that. And I will be able to supply you with better information and better comments back on how that impacts Wanacommet Water and our distribution system.
Great. Thank you. Joe?
Thank you. Mark, it's Joe Tom. So when I was on the Concom, I remember we were able to give like $50 a day tickets. Cop would go out there, give a ticket, but we were able to get up to $300. But once they got to a certain level, then it became a court action. And what would happen is it would, reach the judge's desk and they would just lay down a check because it was so minuscule. And they would kind of laugh about it. So I feel like whatever you're going to do, you kind of need to make the fines, relevant to Nantucket. And that was one thing that we ran into with the Concom. And it was really frustrating because someone didn't want to replace or rebuild a wetland. We're just going to pay the fine and deal with it. And that was really kind of a disheartening thing to watch in Nantucket. But I also wonder if it's going back to your original comment, is like, do we every quarter give you our statistics? That way your staff isn't overloaded. They kind of bring it in and kind of walk up that information so that you're ready for a meeting and give that to the state. And that's something. And then just to kind of circle back on something, a private conversation you and I had was PFAS. And, we're finding different pockets of PFAS in different areas. And one of the specific conversation you and I had was Nantucket. Do we put a well in there? And is that something where, you pull that water up, you remove the PFAS through filtering, and then that goes in, and then the Nantucket people are drinking Nantucket water, so to speak. But that is something where we slowly, with the town, works on some of these pockets of setting up a well. And maybe it's a, for 5 years, we clean up Mattocket, and then that pump station is mobile to go somewhere else. I didn't know if there's some way to kind of look at that and attack that from a different direction and different ways of kind of solving some of these problems that we're seeing really popping up all around the island. And I just
so-
want that's something.
So the same system that I am building, we're building here. The electricians have finally finished. We finally got the special motor control wire that we had to wait for 3 months. That's why we didn't meet the summer. We got pushed too late, but that same system can be built on a mobile trailer unit. So you would build it on a tractor trailer flatbed, and it could be moved and connected to any well that was placed anywhere on the island. There are options for that. The one we're going to use here, once it's on and installed and up and running, when I flip that switch on, the commission has already approved me to leave it on. We're going to pump well 15, 24 hours a day, and we're going to pull all the contamination, PFAS from Tom's Way area and everything coming over to us. We're going to pull it all in and clean it up. That would be the goal. So something what you're bringing up about having a mobile unit, that's not far-fetched at all. That's actually pretty good thinking, and it might be something we need to talk about. And if I need I'm even though my new well is going to be permitted in another 6 months, my new well that's going in off North Pasture, it's going to be the deepest well, the biggest well. We're going to call it well 17. It's going to be right next to 14. Even though we're getting that done, I've already started the process in finding another well. Not because of demand and not because, all this, what people are thinking we're building so much, we're going to sink and all that. No, it isn't because of demand. It's just I'm worried about PFAS contamination. If another one of my wells gets hit, I need a safe place to go. So we're already starting to look for another piece of land. We're looking at places on the west side of the island. We're looking at places, not so much mid-island, because that's where all my wells are now. I want a place that's a little bit separate, a little bit different, not all in the same basket location. I'll be reaching out to the land bank to see what pieces they have. We have some property off Cliff Road that we might be able to negotiate with them for a trade. Before the airport discovered their contamination, we were going to do a land deal with the land bank for a piece out there off Milestone Road. Well, things happen and we couldn't do that, but I think that's a pretty good idea to look into. We can take that into consideration when we're looking for a place to go.
And can I just ask, what would be like the minimum space you would be required?
Yeah, minimum is probably 5 to 6 acres. For my zone 1, I really need 9 acres, but if I could have 4 really good secure acres, I could probably get some variances in my zone 1. And it's about the land ownership outside my acres. So if I was somewhere near land bank and conservation, I could probably get away with a 4-acre piece that abuts conservation or some type of property that has restrictions.
Yeah.
Then they would let me put it on a smaller than 9-acre piece.
Yeah,
So
that's
that's
one of
4
the
to
things I
5
was going to
acres.
use Connecticut Trust.
Yeah, right. So Mattocket Trust, Sconset Trust, the different, land bank, conservation, the different groups that have all these restricted lands. For me to find a piece, it wouldn't have to be very big because it's all restricted around it, and I could utilize that property.
Thank you, Mark.
Great. Anyone else have questions for Mark?
John
Kitchener?
has his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Mark. Good to see you
How are you?
again. Good, thank you. I guess you must be already into fiscal year 27 capital planning about now, right? I'm wondering, and the process we went through last year, Mark, was a good one, or at least I thought it was a good one. Is there anything at all we can be giving to you that would help you for that kind of further out planning that you have to do for capital, or are you kind of all set?
No, I think I'm pretty good. I'm not making things up or trying to make anybody look good to you guys, but Leslie and her staff are doing a really good job getting me information. I get emails all the time when anything's going to happen, when developments are happening, when this is happening, I am notified. So I'm getting what I need, and we're utilizing that for our capital.
Right.
Like when we knew Tacoma Green and the Fairgrounds property, Wiggles, that was developed, we knew way in advance that was probably going to happen, and we got the set of plans, and then Rob and I can sit down here and calculate what kind of water mains we're going to need in there, what kind of flow to meet the demand of those 30 plus units that are in there. So as long as that open communication is still coming from your staff, it's pretty good.
Right. Thank you, Mark.
Mark, one last question I have for you
Yep.
before you disappear. A couple of years ago, when I think it was at one of the meetings at your place, I never heard of a siphon hydrant before until that day.
Yep.
And now that I know what that all is that part of the water company and the fire department to locate a couple of spots in town to put those so that if there was ever another veranda house situation,
Yep.
we have seawater to pump?
Yep.
To put,
So
okay.
that's water company, and that we have, I'm working with Weston and Sampson now on a hydrant revitalization where they're going to sandblast and pressure test all the hydrants, replace all the junk ones that are bad, and find locations. And it's going to get a little tricky because I might need some easements in certain
Yep.
locations in town on
Yep.
certain docks or wharfs or yacht club.
Yep.
And I'm sure people will be okay with that to get a or a pipe into that drafting hydrant. But we do, that is starting, they're working on the whole project scope right now. So that's something we'll be doing probably over the winter and start soon. I would love to have, I don't know what the number would be. I'd love to have at least 5 or 6 of those things downtown,
Yeah.
just in case,
Yep. There's one at Straight Wharf, but we definitely need a few of these. This is a
Yeah.
great idea.
I think if you could do one off each wharf, maybe get one some around that, somewhere in the bulkheads of the yacht club or the edge of the yacht club, closer to jetties or Children's Beach, I mean. Even in the Holbert Avenue, I know there's a public access there. And I know it would be another pipe going out into the water, but it's not discharging. There would be a check valve, so it would only work one way. Nothing would ever go back out into the harbor. So there are places where we could do this that could really benefit the fire department when they have a job to do.
Yep. Thank you.
I just have a suggestion maybe for a next step. We have the build-out analysis that is, I think, on Leslie's desk, and we're going to have it soon. And our hope is that we'll be able to look at areas that will likely see development, that are open and able to be developed, and we'll be able to guide and shape that. And that might be a good time to meet with the Water Commission.
That's a great idea. If you guys finalize that, I get my model finalized, we could put that build out analysis, whatever the max build out is, into the model and project what that water demand would be. And then that's how it could go attack the permit process of, these are the numbers I need based off this information.
Great. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you, Mark.
Mark, thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. Try to do it on a more regular basis.
Without a doubt, anytime.
Might I just ask a quick question? I was a little confused about the drought piece.
Yep. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, great. Mark Campbell Sutton. So I got a little confused there. So it sounded like the state has a certain level at which once you hit that or go below that, you're at drought. Is that level based on the amount of water your permit is for? Or is that just based on the well? Do you see what I mean? Because from what Nat says and you say, there's plenty of water. So is it that we didn't request to pump enough? Or are they sort of two separate things, like the level of the water, how far below we are is drought, and that's a different thing than the number of gallons you're allowed to pump?
You're correct in your statement of two separate things. So
Okay,
my
great.
permit is my permit without drought conditions. In my permit, there's a section for drought conditions where if this happens and the groundwater table lowers to a certain level, that the Commonwealth of Massachusetts says, okay, we're now stressing this aquifer and we're in a drought condition. You need to follow these restrictions, which means watering twice a day or, stop outside water use. And it's all laid out in my permit, but they are two separate things. What I pump, my pumping permit for a daily average and a yearly average is separate, but it is controlled under a drought condition. Those numbers change.
Right, okay. Thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you. So no one else. So thanks again, Mark, and we'll try to do this on a more regular basis for sure. Much appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Next on the agenda is seasonal communities draft regulations. Meg?
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So I just wanted the planning board to go ahead and authorize staff to submit a comment letter to EOHLC and the NP and EDC. You should all be familiar through your roles on the NP and EDC that the NP and EDC is the appointment authority locally for seasonal communities. I'm the representative to that advisory council. A couple of weeks ago, the EOHLC released a set of draft regulations for seasonal communities. Different entities have expressed different concerns. The Affordable Housing Trust have drafted a letter that they want the county commissioners to endorse tomorrow at their meeting. The NP and EDC will likely discuss the entire set of regulations broadly incorporating all feedback from different entities. But as the planning board, there are some zoning impacts that will directly impact you as a board and us as an island. So let me screen share this so I can go through this section. So there are two zoning components to this, one surrounding tiny houses, and the other development or uses on undersized lots. So tiny houses is something that we already define in our zoning bylaw. We already allow in many residential zoning districts. I foresee some future bylaw changes that actually make it more restrictive than our current bylaw. For example, seasonal communities define a tiny house at 400 square feet. Our local defines it at 500. Seasonal communities allows us to prohibit movable tiny houses so that they have to be affixed to a foundation and comply with building code. Our current bylaw contemplates a movable and affixed to the foundation. So there's been some longstanding discrepancies between that definition and building code, which is why we haven't actually seen any of these developed. So I don't foresee this being problematic per se. Where I think the regulations completely lack clarity are the residential uses on undersized lots. It talks about attainable housing, which they define as 250% area median income. We locally define that as 240%. It talks about floor area ratio requirements, sewer capacity, but it doesn't talk about density. It doesn't really even get to what does an undersized lot mean? Does that mean an undersized lot that exists today? Does that mean we now have this ability to create an undersized lot? What does that creation look like? Is that through an A&R process? Is that through a special permit? What kind of guardrails could be put into place? Is it an AR subdivision process? It really lacks, in my opinion, any sort of clarity for us as a community and you all as a planning board to implement zoning provisions. One could argue, does our current secondary and tertiary lot just achieve this? It does allow the creation, in a sense, of an undersized lot. So I think there's a lot that needs to be nailed down here. I have real concerns because, I had Nathan, our GIS coordinator, pull some preliminary data. I haven't combed through it with a fine-tooth comb. There may be unbuildable lots in this data set. But if you're just pulling our undersized lots on this island, we have over 5,000. So, if they're going to take the position that this applies to existing undersized lots, it could create some unintended consequences. So I really just wanted to get your feedback on this, all of your thoughts, and I'm going to compile this into a letter to send on for the NP and EDC meeting next week.
Great, Meg, thank you. Board members, questions, concerns?
Yeah. Do we email questions to you, Megan? The best way to go about it if we have any after our review?
So this is let me backtrack. The public comment period is open until October 31st. So this is really the opportunity for the planning board to memorialize their concerns and get them on to the NP and EDC and to EOHLC.
Okay.
And maybe some of these are questions that I can't answer, and that's a reason why these regs need to be clarified.
Great.
So I had some questions. I think I already sent them to you, Meg, but I'll just for the public. So I noticed that we allow movable tiny houses, but we don't allow RVs. So I would want to make sure that if you took, I know they said you can continue to regulate movable tiny houses. So I would want to make sure that we could continue to have standards around actual mobile homes the way we have now. And I wasn't clear, I think maybe I'm just not remembering, our tiny houses, it's defined as on a trailer. So do we allow stationary tiny houses?
We do, and we define them as 500 square feet or less. I think the problem is the cost of construction for a 500 square foot house. We also, have the second dwelling. We now have the by right ADU, and up until somewhat recently, we had the tertiary dwelling. So I think it's really cost prohibitive, is some of the feedback we've received in the office. And Leslie might have more historical knowledge on that, but that's been my takeaway.
So maybe the question is, can we continue having a 500 square foot tiny house?
Okay.
And regarding the undersized lots, yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned everything you did, because I had exactly these questions. Like, I came away thinking they can't possibly be directing us to create more undersized lots. It must be, I mean, I know we'll clarify this, but it must be the pre-existing undersized lots. And I agree, we need a lot more clarification, and we also need to start thinking about FAR ratios, which it's not something we have right now, right? We don't do
No,
FAR.
we don't use FAR. No, we use ground cover.
And so I don't know, I guess I would want to look to you and Leslie and this group that's developing maybe model zoning to educate us about how we might want to think about FAR, because it's not something we talk about. But I guess I also read this as, there are all these things in seasonal communities that we want to be able to do. It lets us restrict houses to artists. It lets us give year-round restrictions. We can restrict to municipal employees. We want to be able to do all those things, and we can do it without running afoul of the fair housing law. So it's like, it's good that we adopted it, and it's something we want to do. But in exchange, the quid pro quo is we have to make these zoning changes. But I wasn't sure if we just had to make like some zoning change. Like, I didn't know how far they expected us to go. So for example, one of the things I know we'll talk about at the end of the evening when we talk about bylaws is the 4181L division of land. And I imagine we will talk about making that, changing our current definition so it's buildable for, with a year-round deed restriction. And that's a creation of an undersized lot that is created outside of our purview. I mean, it's just created because statutorily it's allowed to be created and the owner wants to do it. And then we would convey the buildable right based on year-round. well, that's an example of the zoning change. So does that, if we do that, does that check the box?
Right.
And maybe we don't have to get really complicated about the undersized, 5,000 undersized lots.
And I think, to that point, Hillary, through you, Dave, is these regulations should allow us to clearly answer that question, and they don't. So I think, there's a lot of clarification work to be done here.
I'm glad you're on it.
You good? I'm good. All right. Great. So, questions, concerns, board members, email them to Meg, and I think we're good. All right. Thank you, Meg.
Thanks, guys.
Happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to minutes. September 8th, September 24th, we're going to continue to the next meeting. So we're going to vote on August 11th, September 30th, and October 9th. I believe we did a last minute update on September 30th, correct, Catherine? And I hope everyone had an opportunity to read that and look at it. So I would entertain a motion. 8th and 24th will continue to next month.
I'll make a motion to approve August 11th, the 30th of September, and 9th of October minutes.
Second.
All right, motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Unanimous. On to second dwellings. Any board members have questions about second dwellings? They want to pull one out, or everyone's good?
Good.
Okay, so
Motion to approve secondary dwellings.
Second.
okay, let me, you know what?
Oh.
My bad. We have two applicants, Starboard Port LLC, 12 Baltimore Street, and Chris Wraith at 7 Milestone Crossing. So now I will,
Motion to adopt second dwellings.
okay.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Joe, second by Hillary. Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, so that's unanimous. Okay, so we have some we have to pull out here.
I need to recuse from 60
Yeah,
Brunel
we're going to pull those two out.
and
I'm going to pull out,
Cranston Family Nominee Trust.
oh, and Cranston Family Note. Okay, so we're going to pull those two out of the first round.
Could we all,
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
just had a quick point to make. It was on the agenda, 13 Westchester, and it was in the packet, and I omitted it from my staff report. And if I could tell you why, I wouldn't be explaining myself right now. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that 13 Westchester was missing from the staff report. But planning staff does recommend approval of it. It was the purpose was to convey an unbuildable parcel to a neighboring property. It was in the packet and on the agenda, but not in the staff report.
All right.
I looked at it, I didn't have any problem with it. But I would like to pull out
I did look at it.
15 Maury Lane.
Okay,
Okay, and I have to recuse from 16, David.
yep, I've got you. So, okay, so we're going to pull, okay. So what we're going to vote on first round is 13 Westchester LLC, 17 HFR AC LLC, 17 Hooper Farm Road, 19 HFR AC LLC, 19 Hooper Farm Road, 19R HFR AC LLC, 19R Hooper Farm Road. We're gonna 6 Lily Street LLC, George Kelly, Sconset Partners LLC, George Kelly at 8 Lily, and ABCET LLC, 56 and 58 Baxter Road. Does that list sound right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion on those properties, please.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion made by John, seconded by Nat. John?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay, next, Joe, why don't you leave the room, please? And we are going to vote on 60 Brunel Street LLC, 60 Brunel Street LLC. I don't know why. Is this a double or is these two different? I'll have to back look,
The
but-
Cranston.
Nope, and then we're going to vote on the Cranston Family Nominee Trust at 12 and 12A Delaney Road. So that's 3 properties.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by Hillary, seconded by Nat. Hillary,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay. So then, Nat, we're going to move on to the one you need to recuse from.
Yep. Never mind.
All right, hit the road, Jack. Thank you, Joe. Okay, this one, it's an A&R L&B Rider at 16 Berry Lane. Entertain a motion?
Mr. Chair, that we have a public hearing for that later on.
Oh, that's right, oh, so Nat, come back, I'm sorry, that's my bad. Well, why didn't you say it then?
Because,
You just wanted me to look foolish.
no,
It's not hard. All right, so we're going to discuss John Manera, trustee at 15 Moore Lane.
Yeah. So I am, I wanted to discuss a few things with staff and with my fellow board members about this application. So just by way of background, and please, Leslie and Megan, correct me if I say anything that isn't actually right, because you're the experts on what's on the application. So the state zoning code, chapter 41, allows that if a town has adopted a subdivision control act, which we did in 1955, and there are multiple buildings on a lot, and one of them existed before 1955, it can be divided off, and it's not considered a subdivision. So it can be divided by right. And that is under chapter 41, section 81L. So that's what is being asked for, and it's a by right decision. So we typically ask for the applicant to show proof through historic records and tax records, historic photos and tax records and historic surveys, building surveys and Sanborn maps, that the property that is the reason for the division existed before 1955. And I think without a question, they have substantiated that this hip-roofed 460 square foot or so single-story shed did exist before 1955, and they're proposing to create 2 lots, one that has the shed on it and one that has the main house, and I guess there's a new garage under construction as well. The thing that I wanted to bring up for the board, and I just wanted to raise it as an issue, is that the statute is very simple and not very detailed. So a lot of the law around this has been achieved through adjudication in the courts and precedent-setting cases. And there's 2 that are most relevant to this. The first is the Citgo case from 1987, where Citgo Petroleum had a bunch of substantial buildings, and they were operated actually in different companies, and they wanted to divide them, and the town of Braintree, they didn't want these divided for whatever reason, and they lost, and Citgo was allowed to divide them. And the judge wrote at the time that one of the key considerations was that these buildings were substantial buildings, and the judge said a claim that a detached garage or chicken house or woodshed qualifies under this exception might present a different case. So there was this idea that the building not only needed to be existing before the Subdivision Act, but also had to be substantial, and that a garage or chicken house or a woodshed might present a different case, but that wasn't adjudicated in this case. There's a second precedent case, Taylor versus Pembroke, where it was a less substantial building. It was a building that had been used to slaughter turkeys, and then it became a garage. It had its own cesspool, it had its own foundation, it had plumbing, electricity. And again, the applicant was allowed, the court found with the applicant and that that it was in fact substantial. And he did cite, the judge did cite the Sitco case, but said that in this case, in this case, it has a cesspool, it has electricity, therefore it meets this idea of substantial. So I'm going to stop there with the history lesson on the court cases, but my point is, this is a wood frame structure with an unknown foundation, with no plumbing, with no electricity. And I can understand from a dimensional perspective why, this would be a buildable lot. Nantucket has conveyed the buildability, and I can understand why that might be, something to discuss. But I think for a matter of fairness in neighborhoods, sometimes these things come up in neighborhoods that are actually really tight. And they really, we have a bylaw change pending that we're going to be proposing. We supported the land council's similar bylaw change at last town meeting, narrowly lost. And the land council tried 3 town meetings ago to pass it, lost by 5 votes. So this is a problem in our community. Sometimes it can be a problem in our community. And I just didn't feel like this board should be extending this, this statutory right beyond what the courts have considered to be our obligation. So I hope I've laid that out clearly, but it's really about, do we want to continue saying, yes, you can divide this based on the statutory right that you have without looking at the precedent-setting cases, the idea of substantialness of the structure, and say, at some point, the structure is substantial, and at other points when it doesn't have plumbing, it doesn't have electricity, maybe it doesn't have, we have substantial houses that don't have foundations, but we certainly don't have substantial structures that don't have plumbing and electricity.
All right. Board members?
It's kind of funny because I just worked on a project like this, and it was because there was a shed that had no plumbing to it, no electricity. Oh, there was electricity, sorry, but no plumbing, and a garage. And we were able to wrap the outside and keep the interior structure, and it was able to become the father's house. And it was, the interior was saved, all this was remaining. It became a dwelling, and then his daughters were able to move into the other house with their families, and it just created this extra housing that was really quite nice, but also we were able to save the 1923 framing and work with it. And so I just feel like sometimes this may be what we want. I mean, it's a small structure. I mean, we were just talking about tiny colonies and homes and all this other stuff. It kind of meets that definition. I mean, I know it doesn't have the plumbing and all this stuff, but I think adaptive reuse, I really think we really start to look at that and drill down on some of this. So I think if there's ways we can get this to work for people, I think it's advantageous. I'm not saying everywhere it should be useful. I mean, sadly at town meeting, our article was voted down because I think it was really beneficial to the town. But I think that a case-by-case basis, but I think this one, looking at it, it's a beautiful structure, hip roof. I think it's got a lot of history to it that really could make it pretty amazing to a site. And I just feel like it'd be great if we could kind of keep it saved and being used. And if it creates, something special, I'm for it. That's kind of my perspective. So.
The 4181L issue is complicated and needs to have a hearing about it if we're going to talk about it. It doesn't just look at one application every so often. It's too confusing to get into the details about how this works at a meeting like this over one application. We've had tons of them in town. It's been kind of a given that they're going to be downtown. Wisconsin's downtown too. It's just not downtown, right? It's the other downtown. And every once in a while, one comes in from out there, but it's not that often, so you just don't think about Sconset the way you do. We had one in Quidnet, I think, not too long ago, if I remember right. But anyway, I think there needs to be a vetted hearing or agenda item for this stuff to get into that level of detail. Because they're all different. Sanborn maps, aerials, not a living space can be considered a structure. What happens to most of them, like the one on Main Street,
126,
across from,
126.
Yeah.
it was that,
Yeah.
across from, okay.
Up near that White House.
Those, behind the old jail on the other
Yes.
side,
Yep.
those places just got separated in ownership and saved for different family members or whatever they did. That didn't cause one nail to be driven into a piece of wood. So it just depends on what the situation is. And there's a lot of cases where this can help a family keep their property. Well, another family member has decided they want the money. I mean, there's just too many different variables that come up. And that is my issue with talking about something like this over one application.
Well,
It's too big of a
I
deal.
agree with you, Nat, and I would suggest, we have to follow the law, and it's just not fair if we're interpreting the law one way in one application and another way in another application. And I would actually ask if the board would like to have some advice from our council about this idea of substantial structure, because it's not taking away anyone's statutory right. It's just saying that we have to pay attention that a chicken coop does not justify creating a second lot that can be sold and hyper-developed, because we see that too in ways that are really detrimental and really upset neighbors, and we get letters about it and letters in the paper about it. So I don't know, maybe we just go ahead with this as we have, as has been our habit. Doesn't mean it's right, but it's what we're doing. And maybe we could get some guidance from our town council.
So, Mr. Chair, so
We've
the
already got
article,
people confused right now.
the article that we were working on with Emily, that we are going to have a meeting soon, I think, maybe next week, to kind of wrap that up for the upcoming town meeting, obviously doesn't change the statutory availability of the 4181L, but it would require a special permit, which you would have the public hearing, and you could talk about all of these things. The neighbors would be notified. So that's still the direction that we're going with the article. So I would recommend that you leave this conversation for then and proceed with the A&R endorsement tonight.
Okay, great, thanks.
I'm fine with that, but I would like to have the town council advise the board about this idea of, are we compelled to grant the A&R division when it's a garage, something without plumbing and without electricity?
That was like kind of what the group was doing, though, right? We're looking at that as well.
Yeah, and we have talked with town council in the past, as other municipalities have, and it's really at the discretion of the board to determine what's a substantial structure. I mean, I can only think of maybe a couple of times when, the 5 members of the Nantucket Planning Board determined that something was not substantial enough to qualify for the A&R exemption, but it's really at your discretion to make that determination.
Yeah, I mean, my concern is that all of a sudden, we're not allowing this process to go forward for a piece of property when we've done the same for multiples. I think it's a valid discussion, 100%. I think we should talk about it when we start talking about town meeting bylaws. And I'm not opposed to having town council give us an opinion on it at all. So, but I don't think that this is an application that we should stick that stake in the ground over yet. I mean, I think that they're creating, 2 fairly good-sized lots. I don't think it's going to be that disruptive to the neighborhood, and but I do think it's a discussion we should have.
Okay.
And Leslie, just since we're in the weeds now, I'm going to go a little further, is is, okay, this is where we get into the, what can happen on that lot without this. We never talk about that. That's like the most important thing. Somebody comes in and buys a lot, they can blow it up, even in town, depending upon what they can do, okay? It doesn't mean, just because you can divide it under this bylaw, under this statute, it doesn't mean there's gonna be more development on it. This is not an A&R for a 10,000 square foot lot that's that's in R5, or a 20,000 that's in R10, like you're seeing on Gray Avenue, and you know, right, every day driving by these places and seeing what's happening because it was already in R10. It's just, you weren't thinking about R10 in 1972 to now, all right, or whatever. So, but in these already developed lots that are usually historic in some manner, whether it be in town or like in Wisconsin Old Historic, or even that one up at the end of Hinckley is kind of historic, okay, in that area. There's a lot of old houses out in there. You have to look at it with a slightly different lens than you would otherwise. So they're getting something that's a little bit beyond a normal subdivision process. However, does it make more development? Or does it just separate ownership and you have two lots that look the same as it did when it was one? That's what my big thing was with last year. It's like, okay, should we be limiting ground cover? Let's just say, for example, if we get something for town meeting that we can all agree on this, to reduce something, what would that be? Would it be ground cover in ROH? In my opinion, that's probably a good place to start. Do you go to 30% on each lot instead of 40? I don't know, but it has to be something that makes sense, that doesn't make the division worse than what could happen if they didn't do it. And you don't want to hurt families that have been here forever, that have a family issue where one family member, like 24 Cliff, it happened up there, where one family member sees money, the other person sees Brant Point. I'm being truthful. That is exactly what goes on.
Dave?
So,
Yes.
So I totally agree with you and what Nat said. I do have to respect what Hillary is saying, which is this probably should be approved based on everything that you just said, but she's concerned about precedent. And I think if you were to approve this, you might want to clarify why you approved it and why you didn't approve it, which is to prevent the precedent from being taken on somebody else's structure that might in fact be similar to this structure. That's the clarification.
Yeah, no, and I agree, but we've approved.
Yeah,
I
there's
can't
so
even
many.
tell you how many of these we've approved. The
No,
president
I'm not
has
saying
been-
it's a bad thing at
Yeah.
all. I'm just saying, just clarify further why you did approve it, right?
Yeah.
And it's not because the structure is deemed to be
No,
not a
because
chicken coop.
we feel it meets the
Yeah,
bar, but I agree, we should
Yeah, I
have
just-
town council
We don't
give us an
usually talk
opinion.
about it, so.
And no, we don't
Yeah.
usually talk about it, and it's a good discussion to have, and especially with the upcoming regular town meeting and our article, this is something we should all be discussing, so.
Well,
Yeah,
thank
this
you for,
falls right into the tiny homes footprint.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's when I started looking at that.
Yeah.
And then, reading what we read, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this would be great. And then my past experience this past
Yeah.
winter, like, this would be amazing if someone could do it.
And it's an
and you
A&R,
guys are
so-
expanding it like way more. I was just bringing up, there's a standard of substantiality that is in the court cases that we don't, that I would like to have an opportunity to talk about and also be advised from town council.
Yep.
Because there could be an abutter who's very unhappy, who decides to sue because we should not have granted it because it's not substantial. That's how all these cases came about, but usually it was the town stopping it. So I think someone should go ahead and make a motion. I appreciate your hearing me and that we'll get the feedback on this
So-
question
No, And
another
I think all
time.
these notes we take into.
And Howard, yeah, so, yeah. What do you think we should include in the motion?
I think that you might say that while you appreciate that the definition of what a structure really is isn't clear, the basis for this approval is because of all the things that you said. It's a divisible lot. it's not anything unusual. No one's trying to shoehorn anything into this at all.
Yeah, but
You're just trying to prevent the basis of this approval being used for the definition of somebody else's application of what is a structure.
But respectfully, Howard, we don't know what's going to happen to this lot. And I actually, the precedent is already there. I think if you guys want to just move approval, you should just move it. I wouldn't want to actually discuss
Yeah, I
whether
think
it's
we should
substantial
stay
or
away
not.
from
Yeah.
getting, because we put too much words in it, that could be used against us next time we decide not to
Yeah.
approve one, if that comes
Exactly.
up. So I think being a little vague might
Yes.
serve us better.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Am I good with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Good conversation.
Great, no, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So I would entertain a motion.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Yeah, second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Hillary,
I'm going to abstain.
okay, John,
Aye.
all right, and I'm an aye as well.
Okay.
You know that counts as like 4-0.
I
Just-
know.
Okay, I'm just checking. No, because UCC got themselves in trouble.
It's just an A&R.
Okay, so we are on to sketch plans, correct? We're gonna come back to riders after the public hearing,
Yeah.
right? So we're at Peter Kyberg, 37 Somerset Lane.
Good afternoon, Dan Malloy for the applicant. So Mr. Kyberg has a property on Somerset Lane. The property was rezoned to R40 some time ago, put in the town overlay district. It has required area and frontage to be subdivided into 2 long rectangular lots.
Yeah.
However,
Gonna be a lot of these.
under the zoning bylaw, it does not meet regularity factor. So what we're presented a sketch plan to get the board's take before we went too far and put any real effort and money into producing something. Essentially, you can see the long rectangular shape of the lot. If you imagine the middle line not being there, it's just a big rectangle piece of property. If it was cut down the middle, if it wasn't for regularity, I don't think anybody would really think twice about it. However, because the lot is so deep, you're not able to subdivide it into 2 lots and make regularity. It has, again, there's sufficient frontage on the street, there's sufficient lot area. However, we can't make regularity. So the only options he has to get around that restriction is either come to you as a planning board in the sketch plan to see if you'd entertain essentially a 2-lot approval required subdivision utilizing an easement with the intention of following it up as a rear lot subdivision. Or, I suppose an alternative, he could try to go to the Board of Appeals for a variance, but I don't know that that would qualify. So our first approach is to come in and talk to you, present this sketch plan, present what we're looking at, see if it's something the board could, obviously not voting on something, but at least get your feedback if it's something you'd be willing to look at as a formal application. If it was an application, it would be an approval required subdivision, as if we're building a road, utilizing the easement to create the frontage. So you'd see 2 fairly rectangular or squarish lots. And then the same exact layout would then be followed up with a rear lot special permit. So we're just trying to get your feedback, everybody's take on this, if it's something you'd entertain, or if we should just say thanks for the time and move on.
Great. Board members,
It's like the same conversation we just had. Yeah. Different thing, but
similar.
I remember the ones out in the Evergreen area you're talking about, Dan, in the list here.
There's a formal application you're gonna hear from someone else later this afternoon.
There's one that we went to town council on for an easement using the rear lot. And that was before we were asking for different restrictions, like no second dwelling on the, say, one of the lots, that kind of thing. Now we're looking for year-round deed restrictions instead. We weren't saying that 3 years ago. But it was deemed by, I don't know which town council took that on, which person, but that was down at the bend of Evergreen towards the other end of Daffodil, as I recall. And they said it was legal to use an easement, because you don't have enough extra land to create a road, correct?
Right, I've
do
done
it.
one before, the board's.
Yeah, no, I
the
know,
board
I'm
has
just
approved
saying, that's
several
why you
over
have
the
to do
years.
it that way. So personally, I mean, from what we've done and where we are today, with lots like this that are that big, but yet don't have the conventional square frontage for A&R that makes any sense, especially with existing buildings. I see what they're trying to do. They have two houses, one's in the front, one's in the back. I've been there 100 times.
Right.
So, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it.
Right, the point of the regularity in general was to prevent long rat tail,
Yes.
crazy
No, yeah.
shaped lots. It
Yeah.
wasn't envisioning this.
Yeah, no, I know. I understand that. Yep.
Anybody else?
Is there any idea that the owner would be interested in creating a deed restricted year-round dwelling on the lot in it?
There's certainly open discussions, can be deed restrictions, could be number of dwelling restrictions. That's what we're here tonight to get your feedback. We don't want to pursue and go through the exercise of the time and expense of a formal application if either there's conditions you would want to put on that we can't economically do, or if it's just not something we want to entertain. So that's what we're here to hear, is exactly what you consider.
Well, people are going to get tired of hearing me talk about the vision statement that we completed, but we did we did an extensive community engagement, and we got feedback that folks want less market rate housing and more deed restricted housing, and that if we have additional development, it should be really what the community needs, and that we have a terrible crisis of year-round housing. So I think we have to respect that when we think about granting these exceptions, because even though it is, as Nat said, legal, and it is really up to our discretion, we're supposed to be reflecting the desires of the community and producing community benefit when we give a waiver. That would be my concern.
Joe, John?
Go,
Oh,
John, go.
go ahead, John.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, I think if deed restriction is something we could talk about at the next step, I think it would be worth taking it to the next step.
Great. Thank you, John.
And I echo what John just said as well. I'd like to kind of see it go the next step. But it would be nice if one of the dwellings at least was, if there was a secondary that was deed restricted. I think that would be fantastic. I think the other thing of this lot, when you drive by them or ride your bike or whatever, that you only really see the kind of the front 100 feet, and the back side of it is up to Bartlett Farm, so you really wouldn't even see this second portion of it, which I think would be great. So it really is in a great place to do this development or a subdivision. So I think this would be a positive.
Great.
Thanks.
Yeah, my concerns are that this is really the first one on this side of the road that's gonna do this. And I don't think we should be making subdivisions just to make subdivisions, but if it serves us as a community, I think that we should definitely move forward if the applicant's willing to possibly restrict the amount of dwelling units and to put a year-round restriction on one of the lots, I think would be helpful.
Yeah, and for me, it would need to be on the lot, not just one building on the lot.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of figured that was what you were saying anyway. No,
Yeah.
I agree with that, Dan.
Does that give you enough?
That's great, thank you.
Okay.
That's everything, I appreciate
Great,
it.
yep,
Thank you.
yep. We don't need to do anything beyond that, right? No vote or anything. Okay, great. All right, we are on to previous plans. Alexander Lane subdivision, 24 Pocomo Road.
And I can,
So Alexander Lane subdivision, they're just requesting a release of the remaining funds in their engineering escrow. Ed Pesci has confirmed that he's completed his work there, that they've satisfied all conditions, both in the decision and engineering requirements, so any balance should be released back to the applicant.
Right. And is this the final on that, Meg?
Yeah, this was, I believe it was a really old subdivision that,
I was gonna say, when is this one? I don't remember this.
yeah, it was an old subdivision that just recently went through like a review of engineering work. So to get a Form J release. So Ed's all set with that.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
motion to approve the escrow release.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Hillary,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Next is Fairgrounds LLC, Brad Cartwright, manager.
So this was for the subdivision that you all approved for the location where the Fairgrounds restaurant is and the adjacent lot. That deal fell through, so the applicant is requesting their remaining engineering funds. And Ed's confirmed that his bills in time have been paid for the work he did put into that, so we recommend release of the balance.
Same motion, release the escrow.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by John. Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Hillary,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Oliver's Way subdivision,
This I remember.
again, another Form J release.
This one I remember.
So this is a performance surety release. Billy's been working with Ed on, and the applicant and Dan on this one. They put up a bond having to deal with some of the roadway and apron installation. So it seems the majority of that work's been complete. So we're not recommending a full release and account closure, but the bulk of the balance we do recommend is returned back to the applicant.
Okay, great. So we're holding back 15,000, correct? 15.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Great. Entertain a motion.
Okay, motion to release the security.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Hillary,
Aye.
This came up.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. That's unanimous. Next is Philip and Kathy Wattles at 14 Norwood Street.
So this one is a request for a minor modification to an existing special permit. The nature of the original relief was a waiver of the 20% differential between a primary dwelling and secondary dwelling. One of the dwellings is subject to the housing needs covenant, and it's also subject to the second dwelling requirements because it's structured in the original condo covenant format, not in the secondary lot format. And I'm not sure if the applicant's in the audience, should you have any questions, but it's my understanding that during construction of this addition that prompted the request in the first place, they found they need to increase the size of the addition just ever so slightly, approximately 152 square feet, just to accommodate a handicap accessible restroom. So the request is for a minor modification, and the findings and conditions for that would be listed right in your staff report.
Great, thank you. Board members?
I know, I noticed in the staff report, there was a suggestion about a hearing. I don't, oh, no, okay. Yeah, I don't personally feel that's necessary. And I also
100%
noticed
agree.
from the 2020 application that it kind of functions like a covenant house and it's
Yeah.
not really a secondary dwelling. So I would move approval.
Yep, no, I 100% agree with you there. I think that, it's our job to help the community if they're in a position where they need to get something built and fixed, and I would 100% support this.
And I would second it.
Okay, so motion seconded by Joe. So motion made by Hillary, seconded by Joe. John didn't have his hand up. Okay, Hillary,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Mr. Chair, did you all make the finding that it's a minor modification, does not require a public hearing?
To amend
so
my
let's
motion to include that it is a minor modification and does not
Okay. and-
need a public hearing.
All right, so let's go around again. Motion made by Hillary, seconded by Joe. Hillary,
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you. All right, on to public hearings. We have a number of continuances. Can we vote those in together? Okay, so let's start with our request to withdraw without prejudice, Nantucket Cottage Hospital, 16 and 18 Vesper Lane.
Motion to approve request to withdraw.
Yep, without prejudice. Okay, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well, so that's unanimous. So we have a number of continuances to be continued to our next meeting, which is November 13th. It would, Cliffside Beach, Inc., 46 Jefferson Avenue, Maryland Lane Homeowners Association, 9 Korea Lane, and Longfin LLC, 1 Bernard Valley Road.
Make a motion for all three to continue.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay. So let's get right to the fun stuff. Joe Manning, 11 Pinecrest Drive.
Good evening, Dan Malloy for the applicant. So, sure everybody recalls, we were here a month ago. We had an original application in front of you for 8 lots with the intent of essentially just having a public meeting to get everybody's feedback, which we received. So Mr. Manning has been in touch with some of the neighbors. We understood the board's feedback, the issues with density, how that relates to traffic, parking. And there were issues and concerns with waivers on the application. So what we've done is come back to you with an application on the plan that proposes 5 lots instead of 8. This plan does not require any waivers, so there is no relief requested. It is a 100% compliant plan. So you have a fully conforming road, a fully conforming cul-de-sac, pavement widths, bike paths, everything. The intention here is to say, and to show everybody what can be done by right, essentially, is 5 lots. We did not present this to you, but we did do a version of this for our own benefit for 6 lots, which is also possible. So what the applicant is looking for is to present this 5-lot plan to the board. Again, there's no relief requested now, with the intention of following this up, if the board would act favorably on this, with a rear lot subdivision for the same 5 lots. If we do proceed in that avenue, that's not before you tonight, but at least generally to discuss where we'd like to head with this, it'd be 5 lots under a rear lot subdivision, 3 lots fronting on Mary Ann. All lots fronting on Mary Ann, 2 lots accessing off Pinecrest, 3 lots accessing off Mary Ann. So that's our eventual preference, where we'd like to head with this. There's not a lot more detail for me to get into because there's no waivers required at this point. We are fine with, in terms of monetary contributions, there were some things in the staff report to go towards area improvements. We're certainly willing and able and interested in making improvements in Mary Ann to the extent that we're able to. Making contributions on a per dwelling basis, that's not a problem for us either. The only things that really came out of the last hearing, which I don't think we have a physical ability to control other than on our own properties, parking. So I know that may come up again. It's a private street. Our lots are big enough, especially if you go to the rear lot subdivision, they'll be more than adequate and able to supply on-site parking, and certainly can be restricted to do so. However, we don't have a mechanism in place to cure the existing problem on the street. I would certainly like to help in whatever way we can, but there isn't a way currently that we can fully, that us as a property owner can burden and take on the whole thing.
Yep, no, I get it. Board members. So clearly the rear lots, you're,
We would prefer, we don't want to build this road.
Yeah.
We would like to come back with rear lot subdivision.
Yep.
But we need to get past this step before we can go to that step.
Well, we heard from a lot of neighbors before.
And we'll hear from them again.
First, I do want to thank Mr. Malloy for, coming back with, we said, can you draw what you could do? And let's start with that. So thank you for bringing that back. But yeah, I would like to hear, if there are folks that have comments. and things we should do.
Yep. But I just want to make sure everyone on the board is good before I go to the public.
Yep.
Everyone
Yeah.
good?
I'm good.
Okay, so let's hear some stuff from the public and we'll come back to you. So anyone here to speak on this application, come on up.
Mr. Chair, we have Attorney Dan Bailey online.
Okay. Welcome, Dan.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Let me see if I can find a way to get my camera on. Doesn't seem to want to go. Well, I'll spare you.
Yeah, you're not I didn't promote you to a panelist. Dan.
That's fine. I don't need to be a panelist. So, I represent Art Gasparo at 21 Marianne Drive. As we had said previously, we have concerns about this project. Primary concern, and you've got a letter in the file, and I've submitted it, is I'm still not convinced that the property owner has the rights to use Marianne Drive for access. I'll remind the board that the existing access to this property, a single-family house that's on the property, is via the Pinecrest subdivision. And, there's documents in the file that shows that, the frontage for this particular lot was originally on Old South Road, which if there was actually available access frontage on Marianne Drive, it makes no sense to have done a pork chop lot all the way out to Old South to create that frontage. Mr. Brescher has submitted a letter contrary to mine. So we're back in the not unfamiliar world of the lawyer saying, well, yes, we have access. No, we don't have access. What I'll remind the board is that when someone has an easement as opposed to ownership, they have the burden of demonstrating that they have the proper easement rights. And I'll turn on the Wayback Machine. Mr. Lowell and even Mr. Malloy, who he and I were on the same side on this one, go back to Gardner Road in the Pippin's Way subdivision almost 20 years ago, where similar issues, I was representing the owner in that one, similar issues were raised by an abutter. And what we did in that case is we brought in the certificate of title that quite clearly had a very specific easement right to access the Pippin's Way subdivision over Gardner Road. Here, the applicant has not been able to, or at least has not yet submitted that information. So our position is there remains a real question about whether they have the legal right to do this. The other question I have is a process question. I'll spell out my concern. I do want to make clear, look, we definitely think this is a move in the right direction. We are open-minded about the rear lot subdivision, but how does the process play forward? As I understand it, in order to move forward with the rear lot subdivision, there needs to be a proof plan. Okay, we're seeing a proof plan, waiverless plan for 5 lots, but I'm concerned that if the board were to approve this plan now without any evaluation of impacts, given the discussion that we've had about parking on the road and traffic and other things, no demonstration of stormwater compliance, any of that sort of thing. I think we can accept that it makes some sense to put those inquiries off until the special permit proceeding. But my suggestion would be that the board also defer any action on this plan, continue the hearing on this plan, and basically join the AR and the special permit public hearing together so that ultimately you vote on both at the same time, rather than voting on the AR plan now without really any input from any other town departments. Again, I'm okay with deferring that, but we're not comfortable with a vote on an AR plan without following the usual process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Board members?
There's no one else?
Oh,
Not on.
yep, come on up, Mike.
Mike Lee, 13 Pinecrest. I've never been informed, never talked to about this. I live right next door to it. I mean, you would think he'd come over and ask to talk to me about it. I haven't talked to him at all. I'm not in favor for it, not at all, because of the way the traffic is, it's a nightmare. I got people parking on my land because there's no parking on that road. I woke up about 6 months ago to have somebody 5 feet from my gas tanks parked. I called the cops, they're like, nothing we can do about it, it's a private road. So adding that many more houses it's gonna be a nightmare. The road's bad enough as it is. I just have, like I said, I wish you would come to me and talk to me, meet a next door neighbor.
Mike, are you talking about Mary Ann?
Yeah,
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same.
yeah,
No, but he's talking about Mary Ann.
yeah. I'm talking about Mary Ann, how bad it is that people are parking on my lot on Pinecrest because there's no room.
No, I hear you loud and clear.
So.
They're
and like I
driving
said,
around to Pinecrest to park to walk over to Mary Ann? Is that what you're saying? Or are they
No,
just parking?
They're parking, well, they actually are parking on Pinecrest and walking over to Mary Ann. On my other lot, on Old South Road.
Which is the pork chop piece.
Right,
Which is, you gotta be clear about stuff like
All
that,
right.
Mike.
okay,
It's been an access road for years and all of a sudden it isn't, so, it's
right, because
confusing.
it's my piece of property.
Thanks to the way we did things at one time.
Hillary?
I just have a question. Are you
Yeah.
saying you never got a notice in the
I
mail?
didn't see any notice. I mean, I was away for the last meeting. And I would like to talk with the guy. You think he would come by as a neighbor and say, this is what I'm doing. But I wouldn't know if he was next door to me.
You didn't get a letter saying this
I
is
don't,
happening?
might not have, I don't know, but I don't think I got a letter.
Okay.
I didn't see
I
anything.
mean, did abutters notices go out for this, Leslie, for this particular thing? Okay, so we have the snail mail issue, regardless of what is going on, okay. The registered mail, rather.
It's a continuing issue. You're not the first, Mike.
I
Unfortunately,
know how mail is,
unfortunately,
Registered
yeah.
mail's worse.
No,
That's the carrier pigeon.
Yeah, I think again, and I said this last meeting, I think we all need to understand what is possible through an approval not required process here. And I think we need to really work hard to find a happy place between that and this, right? To give them the extra lot that they want, that they're pursuing. Because if they decide, forget it, we're gonna go the approval not required, we lose all ability to try to put together a package that is a little better for the neighbors and still works for him. Because if he goes the approval not required, it's just basically, you saw us, we did a list of them. Stamp, have a nice day, do whatever you want on your lots. And so that's what we're trying to do here, is we're trying to thread that needle and have it work for everyone. I know it's hard to do, but that's kind of where we're at here, because even if we denied him, he could still, is it 4 lots you could get out of that? Yes. 4 lots without any control. So that's kind of the rub we're in here
I think
as
it's
a board.
5, right?
4 lots he could get as an A&R, I think.
Oh, so this, okay,
This is-
this
So,
is.
so what I'm
Oh,
saying,
sure,
Mike,
yeah,
is that
got it, got it, got it.
I think he should knock on your door. I'm not saying
I
he
would
shouldn't.
appreciate that,
Yeah,
you know?
and I think that, for me, I think that the rear lot seems to make the most sense. But again, like, this is why this is part of the process. We need to understand it.
No, I get it. I just, like I said, I would, at least you could knock on my door.
I-
I'm gonna be affected by this with the construction and everything else that's gonna go on, you know?
I agree. Yeah, I agree. So we're working on it.
All right,
All right?
thank you.
Yes, thanks, Mike. Anybody else?
I just, Campbell Sutton again. I just have a quick question in this whole process. Because to me, this look is more the Pine Crest look, right?
I'm not sure.
This, yeah, they have that cul-de-sac, they've got nice lot
I
sizes
don't think they have a
going on.
cul-de-sac in Pinecrest.
You mean the whole Pinecrest itself?
Yeah,
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
this is a
I-
tiny little version of that, right?
Right, that's what I'm sort of saying in terms of keeping with the
Yeah.
neighborhood, if you will. But did Pinecrest have a homeowners association? Because it seems like right now, everyone has one driveway. I'm forgetting what you want to call that at the moment. But anyway, and this would appear to give the one lot, if you go with the rear lot subdivision, in my understanding, you would end up with 2 lots having access through Pinecrest.
It
Whatever's.
doesn't show that on the
Right,
plan.
that-
Right, but
yeah.
I think that's
It's gonna
what he
be.
had
That's what he's asking for.
I think
said.
one lot should, but no more than that. And so
That's what I'm sort of-
that's a discussion to have, but that's a shared driveway easement. It's not a road, correct? So
Right.
I think that they could get access for one lot there, but I don't think that this board, I don't know. We'd have to see what this board
Yeah,
feels, but
I was
I
just
don't.
thinking the homeowners association, because there's another spot up the way that they have also broken out into Marianne Way for rear access to their property. And so if this sort of becomes a future habit, right, in an already over parked area, I won't say it's overcrowded, but there's a lot of vehicles
It's pretty crowded.
on the Marianne. Anyway, I just wanted to sort of throw that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Campbell. No, it's fine.
10-foot taking.
The 4 lot rear lot is in the packet. Yeah, it's the next sheet down. And so. Yes. Okay, yeah, it's pretty far down. Art, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to make a couple comments that have to do specific to the AR subdivision. And that is, I understand that in other rear lot cases, the AR process has not been taken to completion on the basis that you'd have to come back afterwards and it's only being used as a proof plan. I respectfully suggest in this case, with the level of concern that has been presented to the board, that it is only appropriate for the AR process to follow through to completion in terms of review by all other town officials, consideration of Mr. Pesci's comments, the fire department access. In other words, you don't just accept this as the proof with the conditions that say, if you're not going to implement the rear lot, then you have to come back and do this, because then you ultimately have a de facto approval for this, even if then it had to get opened back up. The only way to really serve the full proof plan and understand all concerns, and for the board to have, I think, appropriate discussions related to density and access is to finish this AR process. They've got the lot and the road designed, and so I think that it would be appropriate to complete that process, even if you are then going to move on to the AR, to the rear lot, or as Mr. Bailey suggested, to try to do them in some sort of tandem. But I think that it has to be taken into account that and I want to get this on the record for you in terms of what's in for you tonight, is that this is a potential for 15 dwellings on an acre of land. And so the density remains something I think that the board hopefully would consider in terms of, if you were going to approve this, discussion with the applicant in terms of whether there was restrictions against perhaps secondary dwellings. How do you, understanding that then you still get an ADU, how do you limit the impacts as a result of, while it's complying with the dimensional requirements of the subdivision rules and regs, there's still the performance standards that are laid out within those same regulations in terms of providing for public safety and access. And that's what I think it has to also be considered in this. I do appreciate the move from, what was, asking for so many waivers. I also think that I would urge caution on a basis of that they otherwise automatically get, the 4 lots. And I hope that you would strongly consider Mr. Bailey's comments and his opinion as a very well-respected land use attorney in this state, that there's not actually rights to do that. Now, that I understand, and you probably hear from your director, may be something that goes beyond decided by this board, but I think that it should not be a simple decision that it's an automatic that you're comparing this approval to that they would otherwise automatically get those 4. But in fairness to the applicant who has put forth this proposal, I think it should be fully vetted by the board as if it was going to be constructed. And you take into account the density and the access that would happen, and hear from Mr. Pesci, the fire department, as you typically would. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't disagree with most of what you said. I think that there is an avenue, though, to move on past the approved plan and still ask for stormwater review done. Nah.
No, right here.
And it's not difficult to send this plan to the fire department and make sure that access is there. I don't think it's our job, it's definitely not our job as a board to litigate access, whether you have legal access to a road or not. So I think that when it comes to approvals, I think that that's going to be on the applicant to proceed with caution if that isn't established by law before he puts a shovel in the ground. I'm not asking for more than I can get, am I? Like?
So for the special permit for the rear lot, if they do come in with that, there wouldn't be a road or anything, so there wouldn't necessarily be engineering and drainage work designed and then reviewed.
Yeah, my concern is again, that we are conceivably adding a lot of structures into a small area, and there's going to be a lot of non-permeable surfaces here, and that could negatively affect the road, the neighbors, and that's my concern. And so is there a way to address that without?
Well, it is a special permit, and it is in the public wellhead recharge district, so we could have Wanacommet Water take a look, just like they do at all special permit applications.
Okay, but that's no stormwater review is possible.
No, it's exempt under site plan review.
Okay, all right.
I think limiting the structures, potentially asking for deed restrictions, potentially asking for permeable surface. I don't know what we can do about the cars and the traffic, but we do have, a really congested part of the island, 2 conduit roads that are clogged. And well, I mean, Nobodere Farm Road, and like your exit entrance is already totally overloaded. And And then we have a lot of parking problems. We have, and as Nat was just saying, I think we have Marianne Drive and Pinecrest, which are on Marianne Drive. There's a maintenance issue. I heard Mr. Malloy talk about maybe, that they would pay in to make a contribution beyond what is required for that road. That could be interesting to talk about. And then, of course, Pinecrest is just a driveway easement. So we have, I guess, a really suboptimal situation that maybe we have some negotiating leverage to ask for a proposal that the neighbors might be less unhappy with.
I mean, I think we limit that, right? Right, because if we start putting too much limits on the rear lot piece, then he's just gonna, he's gonna get 12 dwellings on 4 lots if he goes the approval not required route, right? So we need to find that balance. And I'm not saying we shouldn't negotiate with him and try to get what we can out of him, but I'm just saying that if we are too tough on that, he's just gonna bail
No,
and
I
go the other
agree.
way. So I
But he
think we
could
just need to be
also,
careful.
right, and, but I don't want to underplay our hand
No,
either.
I
Because
agree.
obviously, there's, a pretty high-powered lawyer zooming in from Boston saying that you don't have the right to build this in the first
Well,
place.
that's
So nobody wants to deal with that.
No, that's
that's
I
not
think
I know
that's
it's not
separate
for
from
us.
us, yeah.
I know it's not for us, but it is something for them.
Yes, it is, for sure. Nat, did you?
Let's just back up away from this plan for a second. Just pretend that this is just dirt owned by the original owners for a second. In theory, what the attorney is saying, and I have a lot of respect for Dan Bailey, he's saying the land's unbuildable, in theory. So Leslie, just for argument's sake, what, if it was still the original Egan property, and forget all this, what could have been built on that property accessing from Pinecrest the way it was? Only what's there. I knew you were going to say that. That's why I asked you. Right. So that was the original, I don't want to say arrangement, whatever the restriction from 19, whatever it was, right?
Can you come to the mic?
Yeah, you gotta come, you gotta come up.
You got to come to the mic if you're going to talk, but I'm saying this for a reason, because we have to deal with this 35 years later from the 2 craziest subdivisions, other than the one in Nantucket that got fixed, with these pork chops, okay? And it's hard to swallow all this stuff, because it's really an old problem that finally became a new problem, okay? So like my question is, and I know that Dan is saying it can't be divided from frontage on Marianne, but that's almost like a separate issue. If that is what they're trying to do, technically, according to the homeowners association, isn't doable. But yet, if the land is separated and owned like the way it is and separated from the Pinecrest piece, which is what's being proposed, they have enough land to do that with, right? Because they still own down to Old South. No, they don't. You don't own it. So that's been separated. Okay. I stand corrected on that, because I know some still have it, but not everybody does. Okay, good. That's progress. That's good. So I guess what I'm asking is, they couldn't build another house if that wasn't sold and this plan wasn't presented.
Probably built an ADU, maybe.
So that property is in R5, right?
Right, yep.
And you can
Used to
have
be RC2.
3 dwelling units on a property. So however that plays out, I'm not sure how many are there now. So you have 3. You could have, a garage and a cabana and whatever else to get up to the 40% of ground cover that's allowed. So that's, quite a bit.
Okay.
Does that,
Did their subdivision approval have a sunset?
They have homeowners association
Okay.
restrictions that I believe are fairly well enforced.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an approval process.
And how many other, now I'm getting to the meat and potato question, because I know this has already happened. What other lots have done this on that side of the road? I think there's one other one, right?
There was one on the end, down at the intersection of Hinsdale,
Yep.
and I'm not sure if there are others. I think that may be the only
I
one.
think there's two.
But there were some divisions done off of Hinsdale, you know that, not AR, but ANR.
Okay. Sorry, Tom, about that.
wanted to hear what
Just
you
trying
had to
to,
say.
no, I think we might have answered his questions that he already had.
I'm
I
confused
just-
about all that.
We have sort of like two different, forget about Mary Ann Drive's condition. I could talk about that till midnight, okay? Because that's not the only one like this, and it really can't be played into like saying no, just because the road is the way it is, it's been this way, and there's been all this development, no one ever said a word until today. My point is, and a lot of homeowners have paid into getting that paved part way. So there really should have been a taking, and it should have been widened, and there should have been on-street parking on one side. I mean, there's a million different solutions that could have happened at some point. But anyway, okay, so we have the homeowners association piece, we have the frontage piece, or the legal frontage piece that Mr. Bailey is trying to propose. And that, I mean, we have a lot of, conflicting beliefs that hold water. And something doesn't. I mean, something's gonna give with this because there's too much land in R5 to say you can't build on it, okay? There's other properties have frontage on Mary Ann. Do all the properties on the south side of Mary Ann have frontage? On Mary Ann? Or any of those lots ever been divided? Or are they all original from the original subdivision? I mean, I bet he probably knows the answer to that question.
Just the normal Marianne lots, not the
Yes.
part that are also.
Yes.
Yeah, you've done ANRs.
So they've got frontage.
Yes.
So suddenly this one doesn't, but all those did. See, this is where Massachusetts is
But would
very
they part
liberal
of
with
that
that.
original subdivision that they used? That's the question, right? If they're,
Let's hear.
that's the
I know.
question, and okay, I'm
Through
gonna
you,
go to
Mr.
Dan
Chairman,
after you. Yes,
I'd be
sir.
happy just to address, but I think if you're talking east-west, that is the crux of the point. The lots on the,
I call it west, I don't know, that's
right,
really,
but the lots on the
east,
east
actually.
side are part of
yeah.
the Pine Tree Estates subdivision, and that was the subdivision that created Macy's, Pine Tree, and Mary Ann. And the fee of Mary Ann is part of that, and that's why the lots on that east side have those frontage and are able to do that subdivision, and that's the exact distinction that I understand is outside of the, is
No.
subject to dispute, but there is a very clear distinction along that other boundary of Mary Ann that makes the difference between the east and west sides. And at point, to reiterate, as Mr. Bailey said, the Pine Crest subdivision, back in 1980, if they had had the frontage along here, they would have used it, but they didn't. That's the whole point, and that's why you have all the tails and all the frontages.
No,
on
I
South
understand
Road.
that.
And then again, I just think it's really that at this point, the AR subdivision that's before you just has to be, what kind of conditions would you put on that? If you want to take the legal point aside, and you have an AR subdivision before you, then if you're going to approve this, I think that it has to be, fully considered the restrictions that would be placed on these lots, because you'd have this approval even if you go into the rear lot subdivision. So I just think that you would need to finish this process in this case respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan's hand still up?
Even if it's
Yeah.
not legal.
Well, welcome back, Dan.
Okay, I needed to unmute myself. Just real quickly, going back to a comment that was made a few minutes ago. If this goes to a rear lot subdivision, that is a special permit process. And a special permit, just remind the board what it already knows, is a discretionary permit. And under special permit, you can pretty much ask for anything that you want in terms of engineering and traffic review. So there would not be a limit on the the scope of what you could ask for in terms of third-party engineering review. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Well, oh, go ahead.
No, so get away from the legal stuff and pretending that there's not an issue, which is what, we're gonna be doing.
I think that's what we have to do.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I'm just,
What did you just say now?
so just moving forward as if there's no potential legal issue for frontage and all that, we have to, in my opinion, what Art is asking us to do, I mean, to do a traffic review on Marianne Drive would be kind of embarrassing. I mean, for what are we gonna do a traffic review on? I mean, one more lot is not gonna make a difference in as far as anything else goes. What I think that we should be doing, though, we need to be discussing with the applicant. I mean, do we want trophy lots down here, or do we want housing lots? And that's really the question. I mean, I don't think this is an area that's gonna be, five houses with cabanas and pools. But I wouldn't like to see that happen here, that's for sure. But at the same time, what can we have to look at what we can restrict, but at the same time, we don't want to restrict year-round housing. We're in a different bucket than we were even 5 years ago with that.
But Nat, to that
So-
point about having affordable housing,
Well,
I think
year-round
we've had,
housing.
I think the carts that, that this road just is like the amount of overparking, et cetera. I think if we're gonna allow this, I think you have to put these restrictions. There have to
Internal
be.
parking is what
Yeah,
it
it has to
definitely
be.
needs.
We've got to do this right. We can't, just say, oh, let's keep kicking the can and this is fine. Or if it's affordable housing, that shouldn't be done properly. That to me just doesn't make sense. I think this needs to be really, to that point,
And
put on extra restrictions.
No,
For nothing, we've.
What I'm saying is.
On many of these, we've said, hey, this isn't livable. It doesn't have a yard. It doesn't have parking. It doesn't have storage. Like,
Correct.
we're not, so we need to focus on helping the applicant create plans that can contain all the parking on the lots,
Yes,
yet still creates
livable.
a livable condition, because I've spoken to the applicant. His intention is to create housing, not to create,
Seasonal homes.
seasonal homes, year-round homes. So I think it's working with him and working with the neighbors and coming to a realistic, yes.
So I think we heard some ideas coming from at least the neighbors. So could we maybe discuss putting the suggestion that they do go through the AR process? Because that really is what we should be doing that they did a lot of it already for the other one. So I'm going to propose that they do go through the AR process, that we focus in on this 5-lot, rear lot subdivision special permit, that we are expecting to allow one dwelling per lot, which means they also get an ADU, and there would be 2 on every lot maximum, and that would be the restriction. And we could also discuss if, the baseline is a 4-lot A&R. So we give them 5 lots. They don't have to build the road, but it's restricted to one dwelling, because that's the only way you can control the cars. If you have, all these dwellings, you're gonna have like 2 cars per dwelling, you're gonna have 6 cars per lot. So that would be my just straw man suggestion for guidance, because we have other things we have to do.
No,
then
I
too.
agree. So here's my problem with going the way you suggest is, so we're gonna have all this engineering done on a project that isn't even gonna resemble the project in the end, right? So all this roadway, all this stuff that isn't going to exist, and it seems like we're gonna just put the applicant through all this extra expense when that engineering review is really not going to apply to the application that's going to be before us in the end. And
I think
a
that's
concern.
reasonable, but it's also not nothing, we could get the fire review.
We can get I'm not arguing any of that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously you don't need to do like stormwater runoff studies on a road you're not going to build.
Yeah.
But there are probably some other things that haven't yet been done. You would know better than I.
No, go
Just-
ahead, Mr.
Just to
Klinger.
remind you that,
Your name, please.
Tom Klinger, there is a trust, the Acushnet Hills Association Trust, that has to approve these dwellings that are gonna be built. It's just not an automatic abracadabra on that end too. So, you know, putting in 10 more housing units, it's not gonna, we're gonna have the same problems.
But if he gets the frontage from Mary Ann,
And like I said, it's a driveway. We don't have a road.
oh, no, I know
And
that.
to consider any improvements, you're gonna have to rip it up and replace it. And it's gonna be a bigger ball of wax than anyone ever thought. So just keep that in mind, that the trust has to approve all these different dwellings, regardless of all that. And that's been in there, and the deed restrictions and everything else. And they're restricted to two dwellings per lot in the original development, not 45 or 10 or 12 or 15. So keep that in mind too.
Yeah.
That's why that was created.
Do we have that document in our packet?
Which one?
The Acushnet Trust?
The Association Trust?
Yes. No, I mean, we don't have it, is the answer.
Have two
So-
dwellings, but now the ADU, you can have three.
I will have the people that are in charge of that trust get you that.
Okay,
Okay.
I think that would be very helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
So I'm hearing what everybody has to say, but before I go into some of that, I'm maybe going to redirect a little bit. So we're getting a little off track. We're talking about the rear lot a lot, which is fine, but we need to focus on the approval required road first. So if any talk of the rear lot right now is strictly just, this could be, that might be, we might condition this, we might not do that. But we need to focus on the approval required with the road, agree on what that process is going to be, and then move on to the rear lots. So historically, the board, for quite some time, has approved the approval required plans with the conditions that if the plan is followed through, we have to come back. That has worked well. I don't think any plan has ever come back. We certainly can go ahead and do all the design work, get everything reviewed and blessed by everybody, if that's truly what the majority of you want to do. It will be a wasted effort, it'll be wasted time and money, absolutely, because there is clearly no intention to do this. And if they did change their mind, we'd have to come back and then spend the time and money to do that. So I would certainly argue that it's not worth pursuing a full-on review of something that by definition meets all of your requirements.
Yeah, not one waiver
So
asked for.
Certainly, we can do it if that's your prerogative, but I don't see a purpose in going through that process.
I wish I agree with you. Although I'm going to lean on my more experienced colleagues to know what, because it's not everything that is required. Some of the analysis will be relevant. And I agree, some of it won't, and those are the ones we shouldn't have you do. But I don't have in the packet the A&R proposal. Did you do an A&R proposal?
At one point, you may have been given an A&R concept that had 4 lots on it, but there's not a formal proposal for you with 4 lots. So what the applicant can do right now by right is 4 lots. Just like all the A&Rs normally approved, 4 lots, 3 dwellings per lot, 12 dwellings.
I just think that we're twisting ourselves in knots to do this 5-lot plan versus a 4-lot plan, and we don't seem to be willing to be specific about what we want. Well, I challenge us to, it's time to be specific about what we would want in exchange. Like, what would make it worthwhile to let them do the 5 lots?
So can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so my takeaway was, and Hillary, I'm with you, I would love to have seen the 4 lots, but I feel like the moment we let one of these lots go, then the affordable housing component's off the table. Like, he's like, A&R, I'm gonna do whatever I'm gonna do. There's no control of what happens on the street if he gets proper access and legal access to Marion Drive. I just feel like we're still in the driver's seat. I feel like we're just gonna let him go and just go, amok. And I just don't want that. And I would love, if this is truly what, the applicant said to the previous homeowner, that I want to do affordable housing, I want to do this for the hospital, I want to do, and if that's truly the case, then I would like to lock that in. I would like to make sure they're year-round housing. I would like to, and that's maybe one trade-off. Maybe that lot is specific, and then make sure that all the parking is on the site, or if not, I mean, we used to do bus passes or something like along those lines. But I'm understand where you're at, and I was there at first, but I'm struggling between the 4 and the 5 lots, and I'd rather see the affordable.
I agree with you, like, he could do the 5 if the 5th were,
I'm saying all 5 affordable.
he has to do
Or
all 5
year-round.
affordable versus he could
Year-round,
choose
sorry.
4.
Thank you.
That's what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm suggesting.
If I could,
Nothing's
not to interrupt, but to quick refocus. So what we're getting into now is potential conditions on a rear lot subdivision. Which is, like I said, it's great. I want to have that discussion, but we can't get too far down that
So
discussion
you're
until
looking
we
for us to
finish the road.
approve this.
Or at least get to the point where we can finish talking about the road. If you want to continue talking about potential conditions.
When you say the road, are you talking about Marianne? Or are you
So
talking
right
about
now
your
in front of
road?
you is the 5 lot approval required subdivision of the
Yes.
cul-de-sac.
Yeah,
That's the application we're truly here for tonight.
yeah.
So we can't proceed, so under that application, you're not in a position necessarily to add all types of conditions.
No.
The conditions would come if the applicant pursues the rear lot subdivision. Then we're gonna talk about all these restrictions, everything else we're talking about right now. Drainage, housing types, all that would come up as part of the rear lot application. So what we're trying to do is get through the roadway process tonight, have the discussion about the concept of the rear lot. And then if you act favorably on the road, we come back to you for the rear lot special permit and officially have this discussion. I've heard everything you're saying and certainly know what you're looking for, but I don't want to go too far down that path if we haven't even finished step 1 yet.
No,
Could we hear from Leslie? I just would like to hear from our own staff a little bit about, would that be okay?
of course.
Yeah, Leslie, could you please advise us about, Mr. Malloy is asking for us to approve this subdivision, but what additional information would you be looking for on this in order for it to just be purely approved without any further discussion about the rear lot?
So the bylaw section's pretty clear for the rear lot subdivision that,
But no, we're not talking about the rear lot.
no, but let's start there.
Oh, okay.
Because it gets to your question. So they've indicated that they may want to come back with a rear lot special permit application. And the bylaw in the rear lot subdivision specifically talks about what is required in order to do that. And it talks about the submission of a lotting plan that complies with the zoning bylaw and the rules and regulations governing the subdivision of land, which this plan does. And I think you all just agreed a few minutes ago that you don't necessarily want to pursue a lot of additional engineering work on a plan that may not be implemented. So I think at this point in time, the planning board could talk about approval of the 5-lot subdivision plan. It does meet all the requirements of the rules and regulations in the zoning bylaw, so you don't have a lot of leeway on that. You could talk about some particular conditions, if there are conditions that you want to include. And then you could also include a condition that, if that plan is implemented, additional engineering review and fire review and all of those things will be required.
Like we do on every
And
rear
not get
lot.
into that tonight.
Like we do on every rear
Yeah.
lot. So really, listen, this checks every box, as Leslie said. So to get to the real discussion about the rear lot, we need to approve this with the conditions that if they act upon this, they need to come back and do all the proper engineering and everything else.
Thank you, Leslie, that's really helpful.
Yep.
Very quickly, there seems to be a J beacon with a raised.
Okay,
Sorry. I've just noticed this Jay Egan
Okay,
with a
yep,
raised hand
I'll
for a
get Jay.
considerable amount of time,
right.
so.
I hope we left Jay hanging for a while. Kidding. Jay, welcome.
Hi, thanks a lot. James Egan, 15 Pinecrest. Former resident of 11 Pinecrest. I also have a lot that is 25,000 square feet. So if I decide that I want to go for 5 lots, when do we just stop packing us like sardines? I know I'm probably repeating stuff, but I'm just it doesn't set a precedent. Like it's just too much in my mind, and you're not going to stop cars from parking on Marianne. I just built a house, and there was cars. I cleared my lot, and there was cars 30 feet into my lot parking from Marianne. And I'd call the police. Nothing could be done. They called the people. If they don't move it, I can't have them towed. It's just gonna pack us in like sardines. And I feel very bad for my mother, because if she knew this was gonna happen, she would have never sold that. And I don't know what else to say. I know I'm probably rambling on, but I'm very, very against this. And I hope you guys know how many people are against this. And I think you guys should make the right decision. I know you can get 4 or whatever, but we have to take a stand at some point. We can't just keep doing this. This island is way too packed as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. And if you subdivide, you'll probably have to deal with your mother, which is a lot more difficult than us.
So,
You also have Attorney Dan Bailey has his hand raised again
Okay,
as well.
and Art was up. Art, okay. Dan?
Thank you. I think Art was probably going to say the same thing. The difficulty, if the board goes ahead and approves the AR subdivision tonight, you're approving it and deferring the engineering to a later date. And okay, I understand that that makes some sense, because why spend the money on the engineering if you're not going to really need it? But that also puts anybody that that creates an awkward dynamic, is the way I'm going to put it, which is the applicant has a fully approved AR subdivision, just subject to engineering review. If the special permit for the rear lot goes badly for the applicant, then they'll just default to the AR plan. Basically, it puts Art, my client, in a position where he has to appeal the AR plan, so that that's not the default position that the applicant resorts to if the rear lot subdivision doesn't work out.
With all due respect, Dan, if it doesn't work out, they're going to approval not required, because if you think that he's going to build this roadway with the bike path and everything else and still have it be housing for local people, there's just no way that's going to happen. So I think that yes, if we approve this, he might default to it, but I guarantee you he's going to default to approval not required, not this plan. It just doesn't make financial sense in this area to build out like that.
Thank you. One last time, Mr. Chairman, I'll be done. I just would say that I agree with Mr. Malloy and Ms. Snell in terms of understanding why you wouldn't go through all the way with engineering review. But I think it would be incumbent upon the board to include any conditions on this AR approval with respect to structures or second dwellings, anything that you might be thinking that might happen under that special permit. It's also perfectly appropriate to put as conditions on this AR, and then that would stand, and it would be that would address concerns that would be related to traffic. And Mr. Lowell said comparing it to Marianne, but it's not a point about Marianne. This road accesses to Old South into Nobodea Farm Road. And and now you're adding 15 houses. That's the level, and X bedrooms and X vehicle trips. That's where you have to consider the impacts of the traffic. And by putting the restrictions that you might be already considering now for the rear lot subdivision onto this AR and defer the engineering, I think would be a fair compromise. And maybe you just need another month for the applicant to come in and propose something like that to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I'm in favor of. I mean, it is an approval required subdivision, and it's approval required because we consider not just whether all the waivers were met, which I do appreciate that they were met, and that's very different from before, but we also have to consider what's on the ground. You know, we have to consider the conditions in the neighborhood, we have to consider the island, the changing nature of the island and the difficulties we have. So well, Nat, then you make an offer of what you want to do, but I'd like to move the ball forward. And I think we're all saying we don't want 5 houses there in a cul-de-sac, but we would tolerate that if it was restricted to year-round housing and if the number of dwellings were restricted. So I'd like to see that attached.
Build houses in a place that you know, build less for less money. Like, that just doesn't happen anymore.
Okay, guys, so
that's the
let's, I would entertain a motion on this application right now, guys, okay? Please, remember, I don't think Dan's in a position right now to negotiate how many buildings are gonna be on a lot. I just don't think that that's where he is. He's going through the process, as we've done a billion times, where they show us a proof plan, we approve it, they come back for the rear lot, and the negotiation begins. And I want to remind everyone, they could get 12 housing units through an approval not required plan. So let's focus on where the reasonable restrictions and regulations are here. And I know that someone's going to argue he can't, but I'm going to tell you that every lot in your subdivision could have a third dwelling right now.
And to that, if we hold it
They
to
could.
5, we could hold it to 10 units.
Yeah.
The main house and an A&R.
Yeah.
Or an
An
ADU, sorry.
ADU, yeah, because you can't regulate the ADU. Everyone gets it by right, no matter what.
Tom Klinger, again, through the Acushnet Hills Association Trust, okay? You're only allowed 2 dwellings on the current property. So if it's already restricted, no matter which way you come in, Pinecrest Drive or Marianne Drive, land is still restricted to that particular deed requirement restriction. So you can have 1,000 houses there, but if they're not approved through it, it shouldn't happen. And that creates another problem. So that's what I'm saying. That's why that was there. That's why it was put in place, not to have 40 houses on a lot. We could talk about this all night. It's
No,
not
and
gonna
again,
change.
I think that part is, again, that's the applicant's concern. Like, we can approve it, and if he can't build it,
How can you approve something that's restricted, though? That's what I don't understand.
That's why
It's
there's a lawyer
restricted.
from both.
And the
that's why we have
approval is-
lawyers, we don't litigate
Well,
that stuff.
yeah,
So you sold-
it's,
so
you're part
land
of the
was
problem
sold
when
that's
you're,
unbuildable.
when you're not going by a restriction. You're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. If
Tom,
you
I'm
wanna
telling you,
change-
Tom,
if you wanna change the
someone
restrictions
came
on the
in for
property,
your
there's a
neighborhood
process to do that.
and wanted to put an ADU on a piece of property they had, you guys would say no, and the state would say yes.
Oh, really? Well,
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Have
but-
you,
Yeah,
do
I
you know
just
what the
telling you.
ADU law is that just happened, Tom?
I'm
It's
sorry?
unbelievable. We're like,
No,
freaking
I'm
out
not, and
about
I'm
it.
not blaming you. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, there's a lot,
It's
there's a lot of
unbelievable.
moving parts here.
We
And to
100%
take into
agree.
consideration any kind of approval is very premature based on what's out there. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and I hear you loud and clear. Leslie, what has happened in this kind of situation in the past? When the board has approved something where a neighborhood association, I know we've always said, go to your neighborhood association, but
So the planning board is not a party to the association document, so you don't have any legal authority to enforce their restrictions. They're completely separate from zoning in your jurisdiction. So if someone comes in with an application, such as this one, that meets zoning, meets the subdivision requirements, I mean, that's what you have to look at. And the neighborhood association on a separate track can pursue enforcement of their restrictions, but that's not something that the town can participate in.
Okay, I got you. Okay, so can we really need to get
I
down
know,
to moving
Mr.
this
Chair,
along, guys.
also, Megan has had her hand raised for.
Megan
Trudell. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Meg,
Sure. I just wanted to bring up the quick point about the submission requirements for a rear lot subdivision. What you've routinely done in the past is approve an AR subdivision with waivers. So that's required to go through the process to move on to a rear lot. When you have an AR subdivision that meets all of the lotting requirements, the zoning bylaw and the subdivision rules and regs such as this one, it could just be furnished as your proof plan. You don't need to go through the exercise of having this approved and endorsed if the intent is to move this along to a rear lot. So I just wanted to make sure you were all aware of kind of the distinction between this application and others that you've converted in the past.
okay, thank you. So, board members, I want a motion from someone, and to approve the proof plan and to move on, or to not approve the proof
With
plan.
with no waivers.
No, they're not
Or
asking
whatever,
for any
I know,
waivers.
that's what I
Yeah.
mean, with the
Okay,
conditions.
it's time. We've battled this out long enough.
Is there any reason, Leslie, why we could not, as a planning board, approve the proof plan with a restriction of one primary dwelling and one ADU per lot?
I mean, you can certainly discuss that with the applicant, but when the application doesn't have any waivers, you're not on solid ground with that unless the person agrees to it.
Okay, well, let's ask Mr. Malloy if he would
And
agree to it at this
Can
point.
I ask, what effect will that have, since that decision is going to go away when we do a rear lot?
Because when he comes back for the rear lot, we're going to be consistent about wanting fewer dwellings.
What about
And-
year-round?
But that's a negotiation on a different application, basically.
I think it's helpful to know what he's willing to agree to now.
Okay, you can try.
I'll make it very clear, it's a hard no.
Hard no, that's useful to
So
know.
what you're effectively doing is you're taking a property which, under a simple process, can have up to 12 dwellings, and you're asking us to go through a more expensive, difficult process with restrictions and restrict us from 12 to what you're effectively saying is less than 10.
And that's what I've been
That's-
saying all
That's
along.
just not, I want to have that discussion.
Yeah, it's just useful to
But it's not-
hear you say.
It's
you know, why.
economically unfeasible. It just can't happen. It's just not, it's not on the table, that type of density.
Okay, so.
Okay, thank
A
you.
motion, or we're going to continue, guys? We're not beating this anymore tonight. What would you guys like to do?
I mean, I don't see why we can't approve the AR plan as it's submitted.
Is that a motion?
Not necessarily.
Can you close the public hearing if you're ready to?
Yeah, that's coming, Meg, but I'm just having a
He
conversation.
wants to get to the rear lot. For us to negotiate the rear lot, we need to approve this. Okay? If you want him to pound sand and sue us to get his subdivision, then don't approve it. I don't know what, right? What
It sounds like you're asking for a motion to approve it. And should we make a motion, close the public hearing? Or,
Yes. No, well, yes. Can we reopen it if, it'll be opened in the rear lot, so yes.
Yeah, and just to remind the board, if you consider a special permit for a rear lot, you have much more room for negotiation than you do with an approval required plan. So you can talk about dwelling unit count and all that stuff then.
Now is not the appropriate time.
make a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Motion made by Hillary, seconded by Joe. Hillary.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
John. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Aye. So that's unanimous. Okay, folks.
Make a motion to approve the AR subdivision as submitted with the with the one finding and the 10 conditions.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Hillary.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right. This isn't the end, guys, all right? Next month, we'll be back for the real negotiation.
Not one more house can be built there.
All right. Okay.
That's what the people.
Can I
Thank
just
you
make a-
all that
People
were
are not
interested that
comment.
came. I appreciate it. This isn't easy on any of us.
No.
Well, and also, it just emphasizes that if we don't like the zoning we have, we can change it as a community, but we can't change it on the fly once it's in place.
It was RC2, just so you know.
It's changed,
I
but
know.
if people don't like it, they can
used
change
to
it
be
again.
RC2.
It's just very hard for us to, be
No,
proactive.
we have,
If we tried to go to R10, like 8, 9 years ago, when this changed to R5, we would have been shot
I
down
understand.
like you've never seen in
I
your
just
life.
think that some of the folks who said, they don't want any more dwellings, we have to reckon with it at town meeting.
okay. No, I agree. Like, if people don't like the
Where's the
density
moratorium
that our
on it?
zoning
I
offers,
wanna see that
or the,
passed.
or the development patterns, the way to resolve that is to change our zoning.
Yeah.
So, okay, we're on to now, the negotiation for a rear lot subdivision. Joe, Donna L., 2012, revocable trust, Donna L., trustee, 9 Knobsco Way.
Back again, Dan Malloy for the applicant. So similar to a discussion we just had, I suppose, at the last planning board meeting, we were in front of you for a 3-lot subdivision proof plan. Again, that was a listening process, getting the board's feedback, getting
This
the
one's
butters'
easier.
feedback. So what we're trying to come to the board with, our overall goal here with this subdivision is to try to create something that's attainable and not a seasonal rental. So what you're seeing right now is just an example of what could be done by right.
Yep.
Just a simple 2-lot A&R plan, done, in and out, no conditions, period. Under that scenario, you'd have 2 lots, 3 dwellings per lot, a maximum of 6 dwellings. What we're asking to do is a 3-lot subdivision, a 3-lot proof plan is what's in front of you right now, looking to restrict those. We've heard what everybody in the neighborhood, talked to the board, we've heard your feedback, and restrict those to still the same 6 dwellings. What that allows us to do is have smaller lots that could possibly be sold, or at least somehow attainable to year-round residents, versus 2 lots forced the hand where we have to do a full build-out, which is just not the direction we're looking to go. So we're asking, separate from conditions, where we're headed for this, if the board allows us, is to get a 3-lot proof plan approval, come back to the board with a 3-lot rear lot subdivision, at which time, talking about conditions, where we're starting off the discussion, willingly coming to you and saying we have 3 lots with 2 dwellings per lot, which is the same density as would have with 2 A&R lots. It doesn't change the density in the neighborhood. We're talking about a primary dwelling and an ADU. So we're trying to classify it as 2 dwelling units in a way that if it can be conditioned or worded correctly, the 2 dwelling units is the house and something else, is something else being the ADU. So we're not looking to get 3 dwellings per lot. So that will allow us to keep these smaller, keep the numbers down, and potentially get this more attainable to people. That's what we'd like to try to do. But we have to get the 3-lot proof plan first. There are waivers to get to that process. Unlike the previous plan that didn't have any waivers, this one does. In terms of other improvements, things we'd like to do, there was discussion with Wells and Town Water last meeting. We will be proposing to bring a water main down the street. So this brings a public benefit. Everybody along the street, they'll be able to connect. Well, they won't have to pay to extend the main. We'll be paying to extend the water main down the street. So everybody along the street can connect. So, and that's something you could condition now. It could be conditioned if we come back for a real lot special permit. But that's our intent. So like the last meeting, we're trying to get to the proof plan stage first, and then come back to you for a real lot special permit.
Year-round restrictions on the table here?
Yes.
Dan, does the final plan keep the house without having to be
The
cut up
existing
and
house,
moved?
part of it will be taken off, but the
But it
intention
will
is to
be
keep
able
part
to
of the house.
stay in its,
In a smaller form, yes.
okay, good.
So really what you're offering us is, again, a better version of what could happen with an approval not required. It's the same amount of housing units, except for we're getting a year-round restriction on it, and I just don't
You're
know how
getting
we.
the same density with the chance to try to get something attainable out of it.
Yeah, so I don't, I mean, I think that's the best case scenario here, but my board members, go for it. Yep. Is Ames?
Sharon Ames, 5 Knobsco Way. Something that I don't think anybody really realizes in this room is that Knobsco Way has parking for the cars of the people that live on Essex Road. People that live on Essex Road come and they park on Knobsco Way, and they walk down the end of the street, and they go through the cut-through, through the park, and they walk home. So that's one traffic. Oh, stop saying that. Put your hand off your head.
Come on, please.
I haven't said
Second
one
is-
word.
It's the sign, Nat.
It's the
Come on, buddy,
sign.
come on.
Secondly,
I've,
Next to
this is
this-
a slightly new one I haven't heard yet, but that's
oh, it
good.
happens all the time. It's usually pickup trucks. David Buckley calls the police on it all the time, and they, I believe, tell him they can't do anything about it. So he leaves them
You gotta
notes.
take the rocks out of Essex Road, put some parking in there.
Another thing is, right next to that property is a legal year-round daycare center that brings cars in and out. Number 7 is also a multi-family, 3 houses. It was when Charlie Sales and Carl did it, Mr. Buckley divided it, and now it's 3 multi-families plus the daycare center there. I don't even know how many cars come and go out of there. It's just what it is. We also have Toscana at the end of the road that brings cars and trucks. We have a lot of traffic. I'm just imagining 6 more houses, and you say only one person's gonna live in them, maybe? I doubt it. Because everybody has lots of people living in houses on our street, it seems. It's the traffic. You say it's not gonna change, but it is gonna change. Toscana changed. Everything changes when there's more cars. You would never guess that Essex Road would be affecting us, but it does. They park there, they leave their car, and they go. I don't know what else to say, except the fact being that it's just so much on one little crappy road. And it isn't a fancy road. It's a year-round people road. And I guess that it just keeps getting worse.
So Sharon, my question to you is.
And I know that you can't change it because you're stuck with the law that we have, but just maybe there's some wiggle way, something.
We get it. We 100% understand. Our problem is, and you tell us, you're the neighbors, would you prefer this just being 2 lots with 6 dwellings on it, total, 3 on each, or would you rather have it 3 lots with 2 dwellings on it?
I don't know.
That's really,
I don't
that's our choices though,
mean-
because they can legally,
I know that.
they can legally, with an approval not required, get 2 lots with 3 dwellings on each lot without us being able to do anything.
I understand
Or
that.
we could give them 3 lots, they've agreed to 1 dwelling and an ADU, which is only a 900 square foot living area, not house, 900 square feet of living area, so it's a
Is that
small
supposed
house.
to be their like shed?
No, that's a dwelling unit.
What is that supposed to be? It's a shed.
It's a dwelling
Let's
unit.
call it the new church.
It's a shed that
Let's call it the
somebody's
new
gonna live in.
church.
Yeah, but
You gotta
but
call it
those,
something else.
but that's the restrictions we can create. So 1 main house and an ADU, or they get 2 lots with no control over what they build. So primary, secondary, and an ADU they could have on that lot.
And it will be weird looking.
So
I have a
that's,
question.
I
Yeah.
just hear how it sounds
I
of the
know.
cars going boom, 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 boom.
What about electric cars?
stop it, Nat, come on.
quiet.
So that's my question to you guys
I
as
don't
neighbors,
know the
because I
answer to
honestly
it.
want to know the answer, because that I think leads us to where our decisions should go. I mean, I think that you'd be better off having the rear lot, but I don't live there. So, and I know Hillary has something to say, so I don't
Oh, I
want to.
just have a question. I mean, they've shown us two, like a standard A&R subdivision with 2 lots, but they could also do like a rear lot subdivision with 2 lots.
They
That's
could
true.
do a rear
Yeah.
lot subdivision, but 2 lots, but why in the world would they do that and restrict it to 4 dwellings when they could get 6?
Well, I'm not saying they would restrict it. I'm just saying if
Yeah.
we didn't like the division because we felt it sacrificed the house and that was wasteful, we could say you're still going to get 2 lots, but, you know, anyway, they would probably elect to lay it out differently if they had the 2. But I agree with the way you framed it. I just wanted to make sure to point
Houses
out
in
that
the
they
wrong
could put,
They
that
could.
they could arrange it a different way. But I do agree with the way you summarized the problem.
Yeah.
My other topic, other than the traffic, is the water. There's 2 houses on that street that have already blown the legal limit. And then there's another house that has PFAS positive. And I assume that PFAS moves. I don't know how much it moves, how fast it moves or whatever, but that lot is surrounded by PFAS. And I don't know, by adding X number more buildings on it, is it gonna make our PFAS move faster? I don't know.
They are bringing in, they are bringing in town water down the road, so it'll make it a less expensive for you to get town water. And listen, PFAS seems to be everywhere at this point, and we can't base our decisions on the PFAS, unfortunately.
Just for the ADU scale, so at 4 Knobsco Way, Janet Duane,
Yeah,
that's 900 square feet.
yeah.
That simple little cape. So just be mindful, that's the scale that we're looking for ADUs.
Like a tertiary.
Yeah, yeah. But
I mean,
that's,
it's replaced it. It's,
yeah,
nobody knows.
just for the
that
scale, she was
we've
wondering
already-
about that.
Yeah.
But
So that's our question to you, like,
Yeah, I
we
don't know
wanna.
what's right or what's wrong.
Mr.
I
Chair.
just know that the amount of physical cars that come and go up and down that street and trucks right now is a lot.
I think we'd work hard with the applicant to make sure that the parking needs are met on the lot. And that's a stickler for us, because we don't want anything that we approve to make a problem that exists worse. So, yes, of course. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, just, I can't, the density is the same, whether it's 3, by 2 or 2 by 3. I can't see, honestly, any logical reason why we would not try to go for the 3 dwelling units with 2 per lot, with the much higher possibility of it being some or all of it being year-round housing than the other way. So for me, I think, the 3 by 2 is the right way to go. Thank you.
Yep, I mean, that's another thing, we lose this to the 2 lot, approval not required, we lose the ability to restrict it to year-round, and I think
Yeah.
that's an important restriction.
Very.
Emily?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I certainly recognize the conditions of this particular property and lot, and the concepts that are being discussed by the board as far as the difference between the 2-lot A&R that they are legally entitled to and how that could be developed versus how 3 smaller lots may be developed and restricted and sold. So I recognize that. I just wanted to take the opportunity to point out some other elements with the rear lot subdivision, and maybe the board will consider these for this application. Maybe it's something that you'll continue to think about and continue for future applications. But I just want to remind the board about the intent of the rear lot bylaw. And I know that I've spoken with you before, and there's some differences of opinion about whether rear lot subdivisions are supposed to be allowed if there were waivers for the approval required plan. That's not what I'm actually talking about. I do have a meeting scheduled with staff to talk about that next month further. But I just wanted to come back to the intention of the rear lot bylaw, which I think is pretty clearly spelled out under 139.8F, section D, I think it is, maybe it's 3D, where it says that the number of building lots shall not exceed the number which may have otherwise been created. And this just comes back again to the applications that come before you, such as this one, that are proposing a subdivision based around a roadway that requires so many waivers that I question, if it wasn't going to become a rear lot, would the board permit it? So if ultimately was going to be a standalone subdivision, would the board approve all of those waivers for that roadway lot? Because to me, it raises some concerns about how other properties could use a similar designed roadway that does not meet so many of the subdivision rules and regs for subdivisions elsewhere. So is this sort of setting an example for other lots in the future? Now, this one is being proposed as a rear lot. And so I think that the board tends to look more favorably upon it. And obviously there are all the other circumstances you guys have been talking about. But my concern is that this is sort of a perfect example of a subdivision that you may not otherwise approve, meaning you would be allowing 3 lots that would not have otherwise been created, if that makes sense. Because again, the intention of the rear lot bylaw is to not create more lots, not to exceed what would have otherwise been created. So it's the sort of the rhetorical question of, is this a subdivision that would you guys allow the creation of these 3 lots if it weren't going to a rear lot? And I just think that's important to keep in mind, because I don't think the intention of the rear lot bylaw is to open up the capacity for someone to create more lots than you otherwise would permit. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Again, for this property, for others, beyond the question of whether waivers are appropriate or not, it's pretty clear the number of building lots shall not exceed the number which may have otherwise been created. And that just makes me want to ask, would you actually allow the creation of these 3 lots otherwise?
Can you stay up there
Sure.
for a second?
Mm-hmm.
So you've been around a while and you know what you're talking about.
A little while.
So I like to kind of bring up things that we might not be talking about before. Like I said earlier, right? When we first adopted the rear lot, and we should have adopted the rear lot subdivision 25 years ago, so we wouldn't have all these paved roads unnecessarily, wasted land. There's a million different things. We could have been more creative. With that said, we were using it to reduce the amount of dwellings that could be built because the owner was getting a benefit from having existing dwellings in the wrong location. They didn't have to use a roadway lot to take out of the ground cover. I mean, you know all that. I don't have to tell you this stuff. But at the same time, now here we are in the year-round deed restriction era. Never existed, never even mentioned that, ever. We talked about covenants. We didn't talk about deed restricting an actual lot to year-round ownership, ever. Not that I can remember. Now, all of a sudden, the switch is flipped where we are asking for something because we're giving it to them, but in a different way. Emily, I mean, that means something. If we didn't have the rear lot subdivision on the books now, forget about 5 years ago and Daffodil and the little things that happened with a couple of places that didn't have quite enough land for a road lot, we wouldn't be able to ask for this. And then we get into the waivers, and you know the waivers, they're like Boston. Some of the stuff is stupid. You wouldn't want, if we didn't grant waivers, we'd have some weird-looking roads going into two houses, like street lights and things like that. Be like, what the heck's the planning board doing? We need street lights on the real streets. So there's some goofy stuff in there that doesn't really fit today. But there was some things brought up about that, like Hillary actually brought up about trees and sidewalks. And there's a lot of things we can do in lieu of waivers of other stuff that we don't really want. But my point to this is the rear lot is helpful for a lot of reasons, but now it's a new reason. We've never been able to ask someone for more than a covenant. And in a case like this, that middle lot is going to probably stay exactly just with that existing house on it. But at least they don't have to tear it down. And that should be something that is positive. We used to talk about trash going to the dump. Well, that's one last house getting knocked down, so.
And Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification here. 139-8D, it does start with the number of building lots shall not exceed the number which may have otherwise been created on a conventional subdivision plan meeting all dimensional and upland requirements of the zoning bylaw. And the requirements contained within the rules and regulations governing the subdivision as land as may be amended from time to time, as demonstrated by the submission of a dimension lotting plan or as shown on an A&R endorsed by the planning board, or as shown on an AR plan and endorsed by the planning board, provided that the appeal period has lapsed. So I feel like it's important to get the whole gist of D and not just the first few words.
I mean, this is a disagreement that Emily and this board have had going pretty far back. So, I appreciate her continued. She's like a dog with a bone on this one.
If I could just say one thing to comment to Nat, and thank you, Nat, for all those comments. And I don't disagree with you. And it could very well be that year-round deed restrictions are something to really talk about here. My bigger picture concern is that this creates a bit of a loophole for folks to come in and create more lots based on waivers that you wouldn't otherwise approve if it weren't for the ability to move into a rear lot. And I guess I'll just leave it there, but thank you.
Thank you. Campbell.
Hi, Campbell Sutton. So came up to say something else, but I just wanted to respond a little bit because I know you've heard me before. I don't know if you've heard me, but I have said before that all of these on Nobsca Way, all of these lots are long, and they're 18,000 plus square feet, right? So as I've said, each lot actually can have the 3 lots, right?
3 dwellings.
The three lots, 5,000 square foot
on paper,
lots.
you could say,
And you'd
some
have
might
enough
not
for
be
a
able to.
roadway. And you have how many? 12 of these things over there? So to Emily's point, it's not somewhere else it's going to get the rear lot subdivision. It's every lot in there will eventually be this. So that was just one thing, because there's the 3,000 square feet plus left over for any kind of a roadway entry thing. So that's just a different thing. That's not what I got up here to say. Because we all know the numbers to the traffic. Personally, I'd rather not see it restricted to year-round. Personally, living on that road, I much rather have the summer traffic be as crazy as it is than to have the imposition of year-round traffic, as crazy as that is, all year round. And then the year-round, if I'm not mistaken, and I well may be, but the year-round housing restriction just creates more need for a shy list, right? Because the shy list is based on a percentage of year-round housing. So I'm not always sure that we're solving a longer issue. Now, the reason I would be more supportive of the 3 lots than the 2 is because with the 2 lots, you could also get the pool in there, given the size of the lots, and your frontage would be on Nobska Way, because they each have enough for the 2 lots. So that's one of the reasons I'd prefer the 3-lot, rear lot subdivision. And the other thing is, when you were talking about sort of the height restrictions or something for the ADU, I wonder, is there, it used to be that the typical, back in the day, in the 80s anyway, they said that the typical Nantucket home was 1.5 stories. And you can see that all throughout the island, whether it's down McLean or, around the school or down Hooper Farm at the time. But we've gotten into this 2.5-story thing. And I'm just sort of wondering if one way to try and, address some of our concerns in the neighborhood is to sort of say, okay, we're back to the 1.5 stories or 1 3/4 story Cape house that was at one time considered typical here instead of the New England farmhouse at 2.5 stories. And if we can, is there any way to restrict to that sort of thing? Just trying to keep sanity in the neighborhood. And as I've said, at some point, this build-out is going to get to the point where somebody is going to have to connect Nobska to Essex. It's just going to have to happen. That is, what you're creating there in the long run is dangerous. There's only one way out.
Yeah, but we didn't create that.
Thank you. What?
We didn't create that. Those block-offs are no different than the fifth,
Right. Well-
fifth way. They used to block them all. Remember that? The little gates?
Yes, I do.
I mean, it's
I'm
just stuff that
just
happened
saying-
when no one was like thinking. I mean,
That's
I don't
right.
know why
And-
it's even there.
And so one of my things that I've been getting on recently that has to do with the STR thing is, when we talk about back in the day, I was here, there's like anywhere between, 5,800 and 6,500 people here year-round, right?
More than that. But that's okay.
We're close. When I was here, there
Karen.
was 6,200 people, I think. Anyway, we now have 3 times that population. So we have to be thinking larger about our populations. And so when we think about the road connections for safety, for fire, for what have you, especially under these more drought-like conditions with people in their, having their fire pits in the backyard, et cetera, we have to think about access and, safety vehicle access. And I'm taking up too much time. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Campbell. Okay. Anyone online? Board members? What are we thinking?
Oh. We should have went to R10 Limited over there in 2015. See what-
Okay, let's talk about the application
But nobody
before
would
us,
have thought
please.
of
I
that.
really
We got
think
rid of
the
the RC.
challenge, it's so hard when the zoning is just wrong. It's hard to think about seeing all of these large lots then be split up into 5,000 square foot lot, which is what we said we envision as appropriate for this area. But then you look at how all the other areas all around are built out with 5,000 square foot lot, and you say, these are larger lots. But that is what it is unless the neighbors want to get together and decide to change their zoning. I personally am very torn. I'm willing to accept two lots with whatever rights they have. But I also feel that it's incumbent upon us to create deed restricted housing whenever we can, because we have people who can't find anything to live in or rent. So I feel that if we're confident that we have a program that can really track it, enforce it, and that we can know that we'll be creating that we have to take it seriously.
No, I agree. I think that, 2 lots would force them into the A&R world, and I think we want to keep away from that. So I think we have to give them 3 lots, and I think that them giving giving us basically one dwelling, but the state's gonna give them an ADU, which is only 900 square feet, and we're gonna deed restrict them. I see that density being less harmful than the density they would get in the approval not required, with a full build-out of a secondary dwelling and an ADU and a primary dwelling. I feel like the 3-lot is less evil, and especially with the restrictions.
And what are the restrictions?
Year-round and.
For all three?
For all three, and 2 dwellings per lot, correct?
Well, the middle lot might not.
Well, I think what we're talking about, what we're
bit.
looking for is 2 dwellings per lot, and the ADU, by definition, I'm trying to remember the language, the ADU can be specifically restricted.
It can't.
Against STRs?
We can't do it, not
Only
even
against
yet.
STR?
Not
No,
yet.
we can restrict it
It
against
has
STR.
to, it has to be defined in our bylaw before we can restrict it. So if we
I don't
restrict it
think
to.
so.
Yeah, it does. We don't have, how can you restrict something that doesn't exist in the bylaw?
Well, that might change in a
Yeah, no,
couple
hopefully
weeks,
it'll
so
change
we can
really soon.
continue to talk about it.
Agreed, but
Yeah.
right now, we can't create a restriction based on that, but
What
but
we're
maybe when he
looking-
comes back for the rear lot.
We might be able to come up with language, we can do something where I think if we're talking 2 dwellings per lot, the ADU or a second dwelling, whatever it's termed, would be the restrict of a conventional dwelling and a restricted dwelling in each property, essentially. So you have 3 dwellings, 1 restricted in each lot.
So you're not willing to restrict the
We
primary
might, I
dwelling?
can't, I don't want to overpromise right
Okay.
now.
Because I think that really would hinge on our decision, to be honest.
Right now, we're looking at restricting this, well, 1 of the 2 in each lot. That can
I don't think you
change.
can restrict the ADU in any way.
Against STRs?
Well, so you'd have to restrict the primary dwelling on each lot.
We'll have to restrict something, or if not, we can put a private deed restriction, maybe other ways beyond you.
It's all owned, there's
Trying.
3 separate owned lots, so you can't restrict one house on a lot, and you have to make a covenant. So that's not gonna happen.
No, we can, that's the seasonal communities.
You ever restrict a second dwelling to be lived in year-round?
Yes.
Well, we
just
can't,
like
if
the
it's an
tertiary.
ADU, you can.
Yeah, we can't do it to the ADU.
But
You
you
may not
can
be
to
able
the
to do as a
primary.
board, but privately.
Privately, you
restrict our
can, but we
property.
don't have any enforcement authority over that, so it's kind of.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
Christy Ferrantella has her hand
Okay.
raised.
Probably gonna melt
Welcome,
down.
Christy.
It's too complicated now.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that currently under seasonal communities, the deed restriction runs with the parcel, so you wouldn't be able to have a restriction on one and not the other. And so I don't think that you could have the one market rate and one restricted. It would have to be through the covenant program. And then I was going to make a second point, but I forget. But I'm here if anything else comes back to me, and I'll let you know.
But Christy, if it runs with the property and there's an ADU on the property, Leslie, how would that work?
I'm sorry, could you?
If the restrictions on the lot, and then there's an ADU on the lot, does it,
Yeah, the ADU can't be restricted.
does that make sense to you, Christy?
But if the parcel is restricted, then the ADU would be restricted. So right now, if a covenant house pulled a permit for an ADU, it would follow the same deed rider that's currently on the parcel, is how I've understood it.
Every lot in the Commonwealth is required under the Dover Amendment to be allowed to have a 900 square foot ADU unrestricted, but it can be no STRs,
Yeah, once we
if that's
get over
adopted
that.
by town meeting.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, Megan Trudell has her
Okay.
hand raised as well.
And Meg will.
I
know what-
was just going to further expand on that. The advice we've been given by both EOHLC and our town council is that when the property transfers, in the case of a covenant lot, it would still, the whole property would have to go to a qualified buyer, but you under no circumstance can restrict the occupancy of the ADU, regardless of the deed restriction on the land.
Yeah. Okay, so.
So I think what I'd ask is to let us get to this next stage.
Okay.
If when we get to this next stage, if we can't come to terms with a condition, that works for you and works for us, then we can't do the three-lot.
Yep, okay, so we're where we were with the last one. We need to vote through
We
this
need to
proof
get to that
plan
stage
and
and
get
try to
there.
come to agreement
Yep.
on what the terms could be, and if they can't, then we won't do it.
Okay.
I mean,
That's that simple.
That's the end of that, so.
just real quick, Dan, you've been around a long time. You've been through all of this stuff we're going on. The past, the past. Now we're in a new place now. Okay, so if I come out and say this to you, don't take offense to it for your applicant. She gets to keep her house by giving you more lots. If the house is built in the wrong place, but that's all over the island. But in this particular setup, it actually can work pretty good for that house to stay in its current location. The nostalgia, the personal attachment stuff, all gets to stay, which is great. The other plan, it has to go in a dump trailer.
Correct.
I mean, that's just the truth, okay? So asking for year-round restrictions, today, year-round houses are going for $3 million on Nantucket. I never knew that was gonna happen 5 years ago, okay? But it is. So asking for year-round ownership is not a lot anymore. I don't wanna sound like a bleeding heart lunatic, but I'm right. It's not asking for a lot anymore. I don't know what to say. It's just, this is insanity to read Sunday's Daybreak every week. It's just how it is. I hate my property value. I want it to go back to like 2000 because I don't want to pay more taxes and more house insurance and all this stuff. But I'm just saying, that's where we are. I'm on track. Because we have to be able to say that stuff now without it being a problem.
All right, so
anyway.
anyone in the public want to get another word in before we close this public hearing, please?
Just quickly, I know last month, the way this was being put forward was that the three-lot subdivision is being proposed. In the case that the property is sold, then the new owner of the property would have the rights to this three-lot subdivision. It was not about people staying there.
I don't think I don't, honestly, that.
No, that's fine. I'm just saying that was what it
and
was.
that's fair, but that can't come into our decision-making process. It doesn't really matter.
Okay,
Who
it was
owns the
just being
property?
spoken of as though
Okay.
that wasn't the
It's
case. That's
sa-
all.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. So I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Hillary. Nat?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay, entertain a motion?
What are we doing? Approving the proof plan?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll make that motion.
Okay, so I have a second.
So I just want to be sure I understand what we're approving. So we are approving a proof plan for a subdivision with many waivers.
Yep.
That we hope will never be built, but they could go ahead and build it.
They would have to come back to us.
They have to
for
come back and
all-
do all
yeah.
this extra work.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we're going to assume that they're going to come back with a three-lot, rear lot subdivision.
Yep.
Which we can condition.
Yes.
And we can think about how we
Yeah,
want
it's
to
a
condition.
special permit.
Exactly.
Yep.
This is, we have done
Okay,
multiples of
thank
these.
you.
Yep. Correct.
So motion made by Nat, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Nat, seconded by John. Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Yep, thank you, Dan. It was. All over again. All right, we're on to 20 Greenwood Ave, which I think is a more basic application for some storage units. Who's representing this?
John Wise was the
Okay.
applicant.
Is he online or anything, or no?
I don't see him online, and
Okay.
and I'm happy to take this away.
If
for
you
the
could,
board,
please.
With the caveat that I am not going to be representing every storage container application that comes before the board.
Existing condition storage container.
Storage container side.
Jesus.
So just kind of like the last one, the board just approved a storage container up on 18A. and now 20 is coming in to apply for two storage containers. What's important to keep in mind, you have the 10 and 12 Dave Kim storage facility
Area.
across the street here.
Yeah.
There has been massive cleanup of this area. I can't help but every time I do one of these packets, this is what the lot used to look like.
Looked like a week ago.
It looks like Florida after Hurricane
Yeah, it
Ian.
looks like a hurricane. It looks somewhat like that. So I took a ride over to the site. I did put in the staff report at some point after the application arrived in the office. A couple extra storage containers ended up on the site over there, but the applicant came in. I think they went over there inadvertently, so I did add in some just some conditions to make it clear that 2 storage containers on the site.
Is there a time frame on these applications?
We have not put one in yet.
Do you mean for them to be able to keep the storage container for a certain amount of time?
Yeah.
You did put a condition on the one at the beginning of Richmond, like out by Old South Road.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if you have on others. I don't think so. I think you did just on that one because it was in such a prominent location.
Yeah, and this
But
is
you
stuff
certainly
back
can.
there. I mean, is that over behind the gym?
Maybe.
I mean, I mean, in our bylaw, they're only by special permit, right?
Yep.
But are we as a board gonna permit these and then just, it's forever, or are we gonna put a limit? I guess it's the question for the board. Do you wanna put a year limit on it and
we
have them
did a-
come back?
We
or-
did a year limit last time, and I think that's a good practice.
A year limit.
I agree. I mean,
mean-
listen.
Where was that?
And they can come back
It was
next
the same
special
area.
permit and ask for
Yeah.
5 years if they want. But I think for now, if they're not asking for a time period, let's put a year in and they can come back next year for another special permit. And then they could ask for 5, and I'm not opposed to it, but I just don't want to put these open-ended ones when our,
Are we talking about?
If I may add in something here, we didn't put a time limit on 18A Gregland, but we did say if the property, if the business ever switches hands, like the storage containers were for the property owner's business.
Yeah,
solely.
that's different.
Right. So here,
isn't he claiming that he's just using it to clean up the lot, though, and then he's gonna not need them anymore?
Used for the commercial construction business.
Okay.
Any change in
So listen, I'm just throwing it out there. Whatever the board decides, I'm happy with. Yes,
If you
Leslie.
guys are not in complete agreement, why don't you put in a condition and say that it can be renewed without having a public hearing? Then that's an easy
Staff
thing
approval.
for them to come in and take care of.
See, okay, so this is, okay.
I also feel
Can
like
I
this
make
is
a
walking
comment?
towards a building.
What?
I also feel it's walking towards a building. Like we've had this where
Yeah.
Yeah,
down the road, they had a couple and then they're coming in, oh, we're gonna build this building. There's a structure. And so I think it's a creep, if you will, so it's not longevity.
Some of them, but some places over there are they're individual people stuff that like needs to be permitted somehow, right? Like, no one ever did this before. The ones down at the Coffin Pit are more formalized and
Right.
screening and all that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
yeah.
They're not like moving in a year, they're staying there,
well,
right?
that's why I'm saying
So
that
it's,
we're just,
I think this is kind of like a cleanup type, sort of new revival issue over here. Like where they're there now without a permit in a lot of cases, and it's like, okay, well, we have to formalize this somehow, and we have to come up with something that works. But making someone move them, like where are they gonna move them to? Like, there's no place to put them. I mean, it's a lot of work to move a 20-foot container, by the way. You just don't go pick it up. So this is a moving target like like back when we talked about work trailers and things like that. This is something it's an old issue, but it's new in the permit process. So I don't know about the 1 year. I think the in-staff part is good because it doesn't burden the applicant and they can come in and show them pictures of what they're doing or some kind of site review kind of situation. I think that's good what Joe suggested.
Yeah,
Or
I agree
somebody.
with that, and I do like the 1 year because it's not burdensome, and, we want people to move along and walk towards a building, so
Because-
I would make a motion. Can I go ahead and make a
well,
motion?
let me just,
or is there something
I
else to
think
talk
that
about?
it's important that if they're gonna be there longer, then we're probably gonna wanna consider where they are, more where they are on the lot, if the
screening
screening's
situation.
appropriate and
That's
everything
what I
else.
was-
So that's my
yeah.
concern, and I don't wanna make them build screening or anything
nothing.
else if it's just gonna go in a year.
Right.
So that's part of it. So yes, you can go ahead and make a motion, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
I would like to make a motion to approve the permit for the 2 storage containers on the site, finding that it's in harmony with the general purpose, with the conditions as listed, with the addition that the permit is for 1 year to be reviewed and renewed by staff.
I will second that.
So
Yep.
that was a motion to close the public hearing and to approve.
Oh,
Yes.
A motion
Didn't
to
even
close
think
the
about
public
that.
hearing
Hold
and
on.
make the move.
Okay, can we do that together?
Okay, and make the motion I just
I
made.
will second both of those.
I just wanted to hear Hillary do it all over again.
All right,
Motion made by
second.
Hillary.
Thanks for
Easy on the new girl.
Seconded-
No.
Seconded by Joe. Hillary.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Is that your hazing, Dave?
That's my hazing. It's done.
I'm gonna recuse now.
Okay, yes. Another rear lot, because we haven't had enough of them.
Yes.
I don't know if I can do it without you, Nat, but I'm gonna do my best, buddy.
Should I sigh loudly?
You can sigh.
Yes, please take us, please.
Can you go ahead and activate one of the alternates for this?
I will. I'm gonna activate Howard because he has been here by our side the whole time. All right. Is there someone representing this? Oh, yeah.
Mr. Gullickson.
Mr. Gullickson.
Good evening. Kenneth Gullickson, the applicant, stepping into Mr. Reed's shoes if such a thing were possible. This is, you want me to start or you want to?
You go for it. Lay it on
So
out.
This is a rear lot subdivision. It's fairly straightforward. It's only 2 lots. It's in the R20 zone. The 2 lots are 31,000 and change and 28,000 and change. So we're not talking about the type of density that you've seen previously. The approval required plan was already approved previously. So we're just here for the approval of the rear lot.
All right. Thank you, sir. Board members? Hillary?
Well, did we contemplate, I mean, we've been sitting here talking about all of these.
Well, now,
and
this is when we
restrictions that
put, this is when we
add.
put rubber
Did-
to the road.
Did we contemplate any of that?
Now is when we do.
Well, we just spent a lot of time talking about.
I know, but now's what, his special permit, we can condition it. It's not lost when you approve the proof plan. That doesn't mean you can't condition it at this step, so. And that's what we were trying to say for the past 2, right? This is the negotiation time. Any consideration of year-round restrictions?
Frank, that's not a conversation I've had with the client.
Okay.
There was nothing in the staff report that indicated that there would be request for restrictions, so I'm not able to address it.
Okay. I mean, we have this discussion almost, I think, with every rear lot at this point. And how does the board feel about restricting the number of dwellings on the property?
I would go with a one dwelling and ADU, like restrict it, you know?
I would agree. And how are we feeling about year-round restrictions?
Yeah, I mean, we should go for them. We can't change the ADU, but, you know, maybe one of the lots can be conditioned for a year-round deed restriction.
Yeah. So I guess the question is, Ken, would you want to continue this and go back and talk to the applicant about it?
I think if the board is inclined to ask for restrictions, which it seems pretty clear that you are, then yes, I would like to request the continuance.
Okay, I think that's fair. Everyone
I
good with
agree,
that?
yeah,
Okay,
please.
so I would, I guess we open up the public hearing. Is anyone here like to comment on this application before we continue it? All right, great. So I'd take a motion to continue this to the 10th of, is it the 10th?
November
13th of
13th.
November, please.
November 13th.
Yeah.
Motion to continue November 13th.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Hillary. Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Mr. Matts?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. We'll see you next month. Okay. On to Oceanus Health LLC, 1 Cherry Street. You on this one
Good
too?
evening. Yes, Kenneth
Wow.
Gallatin for the applicant who's present.
Yeah.
This is, I think you're familiar with this property on 1 Cherry.
Yeah.
It's a very small building. It'll be a very small medical clinic. It's just fairly simple and straightforward. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if you have any questions.
No, I mean, and I guess I would ask, I don't know if you can answer it. I mean, so one in the waiting room and one in the exam room. That's basically it. And you have parking. I'm not sure what other board members, if they have questions on this, but it seems pretty straightforward to me.
Well, they have 2 staff, and then, so they have 3 parking spots. So if they have, you just have to manage the parking so
Yeah.
there aren't conflicts with the neighbors. And I was just, so, yeah, how
The
are you
neighbor's
planning
the
on doing
landlord,
that?
so.
Right, so they do have the use of they
Oh.
have dedicated spaces that are just theirs,
Yes.
but they do have the use of the full parking lot.
Okay,
Shared
good, that's
with,
fine.
with the abutting property.
Yeah.
As to the recommendations, the staff recommendations, the 8 to 4, Monday to Friday was something that was relayed, but we would ask that Saturday hours be an option, so it would be 8 to 4, Monday through Saturday. There's no anticipated Saturday hours now, but we'd like to keep that option open in the future.
I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of disruption with that low intensity of use. I'm fine with that, yeah.
Different location makes more sense here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I worry about the size for them, but this is, I think, a much better space. So.
Agreed.
You do have a member of the public's hand raised.
Okay.
Patsy, right?
Welcome, Patsy.
Patsy, you'll need to unmute, please.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm on the boat. Hey, good evening. This is just going to be real quick. I just want to advocate for this. I think it's a good thing. I live at 10 Cherry Street. I'm in a butter. I'm a neighbor. I think that it would be a really good idea for this space because I think the alternative could be, an annex for a fast food place or all kinds of other things that I think would be kind of disagreeable for the neighborhood. I think to have a small, just fine, but we saw the building for, a professional purpose, an attorney or a doctor. And I just want to say, I think this is good and I 100% advocate for it.
Great, thank you, Patsy.
All right, night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patsy.
Anybody else? I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. As to the application,
Did everyone feel good about the Saturday hours?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to extend their operating hours to Saturday and approve with the findings and the conditions spelled out.
A second?
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Hillary. Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Congrats, guys. Yep. All right, we are on to Fairgrounds Road LLC, 25 Fairgrounds Road. Mr. Santos.
Thank you. Welcome to Groundhog Day. Paul Santos from Nantucket Surveyors on behalf of the applicant Fairgrounds Road LLC, who is the property owner at 25 Fairgrounds Road. This is a parcel of land that was before you some months back when we came and sought approval for an 8-lot subdivision in which this parcel was being annexed to the Fairgrounds Restaurant piece of land. That applicant on that project is the same applicant for this particular piece. This piece was purchased after that initial meeting. The deal for the restaurant itself never went through. So as we speak today, the restaurant still is in its same state, being used as a restaurant. This parcel is the application that we're before you with tonight. The specific application is for an approval required 2-lot subdivision utilizing a easement roadway configuration in which I submitted 4, I believe, documents in support of the concept in the proposal that we're doing. First was a July 8th, 2021 Town Council letter to the Planning Board that had to do specifically with a subdivision that we were doing on Evergreen Road for Lori Geddes. That speaks to the appropriateness of the board's ability to approve a subdivision of this proposal. There was also 3 different applications, a 2018 application that was done at 4 Daffodil Lane, the Delaney Road application, and then the application that I actually permitted, which was the Geddes property at 13 Evergreen Way, which was done in 2021. So you have as a supplement to the application the backup information with regard to the board's ability to act and review on a project of this proposal. The site itself, 25 Fairgrounds Road, has a total area of 21,868 square feet. It is located in a DEP Zone 2 wellhead protection area and the town's public wellhead recharge district. The lot does not contain any wetlands, is not located in a flood zone, and is not subject to review under the NHESP or the Mass Endangered Species Act either. It is serviced by public water and public sewer, and the lot would be serviced by underground telephone cable and electric. The application before you depicts a 2-lot scenario with a frontage on Fairgrounds Road with a roadway easement, which would then provide a frontage for the rear lot. There is a second plan to the proposal, which would show proposed driveway, which would act as a shared driveway to service both of the parcels. The parcel areas are, on the front lot would be 11,855 square feet, and the rear lot would be 10,013 square feet. Property is abutted by the Fairgrounds Restaurant at 27 Fairgrounds, and then residential properties on Waydale Road, Lewis Court, and Fairgrounds Road. Proposal would be, obviously comes with a number of waivers, as this particular type of approval required subdivision would. There is a waiver letter submitted with the application. The intent here, as you've heard many times tonight, would be to potentially come back with a rear lot subdivision. This is a case in which both Billy and Megan spoke to earlier. This would be, a rear lot subdivision would be allowed only with the approval of an approval required plan from the board. The intent of the client moving forward would be to limit the lots. Again, that's a discussion for the rear lot subdivision, if we get to that point, but I will say, I've already had conversations before this meeting with the client. We would be requiring or limiting the lots to 2 dwellings per lot, which in the subdivisions we did in Evergreen, the board actually restricted that no tertiary could be built. I think we're past that point now, so this would be limited to a primary and a tertiary and a ADU dwelling. You've spoke a lot tonight about year-round residences. So I know if I go to the zoning bylaw, I can't find a definition for year-round residence. So if you would enlighten me, I guess, on what do we consider a year-round residence?
10 months.
10 months. So that's just it's a policy more than.
No, it's in there.
It should be
It's in the zoning.
defined. It should
It's
be,
a
yeah.
definition.
And it's in the definition under, what's the definition under?
We added it at the annual town meeting.
Oh, so it's not in the current book?
Yes.
It hasn't been put on the book yet? Okay, perfect.
It's in the E-code, right?
So obviously, when I spoke to my client about this, he said, I'd love to have them both be year-round residences. But now that I can at least go to him and talk about the 10-month, and I think there was some discussion earlier about having at least one lot be a year-round residence. Again, that's a discussion I think more that would be at the rear lot subdivision stage.
Yep.
Or if the board wants me to get a definitive answer on that before they look at this AR approval, I can do that, continue the meeting and then do that at a later date. Again, this is, and I actually failed to mention this, but I should have, this is in the R10. This is in the R10 zoning district. So 10,000 square foot lot requirement, and that's essentially what you would have here. The lot configuration itself actually mimics somewhat what's abutting us, although this lot is on Lewis Court. This is on Fairgrounds. And again, this is a residential property, but it is abutting, the restaurant. And I believe that, there's a move afoot right now to potentially keep the restaurant in place moving forward. I know the subdivision that we proposed obviously did not go anywhere. And for that to be an 8-lot subdivision, you needed this parcel to get those lands. I think if this property were to be developed in its existing state right now with a conventional subdivision, you probably potentially could probably put 6 lots there if somebody came in and tried to do that at this point. I know the board had previously approved the rear lot scenarios in an effort to keep the restaurant at one point.
That was a while ago, yeah.
That's been talked about any further. So that's the proposal. It is a 2-lot approval required subdivision with waivers. At this point, I can obviously say, I know we could commit to just 2 dwellings per lot. And then as far as moving forward with the rear lot subdivision, the discussion about the, what's considered the year-round residence. I'm assuming you'd be looking for one of the lot, you talked earlier about one of the lots being at least a year-round residence with.
I mean, we'd like to see
occupation of
both,
10 months.
but again, that's a negotiation that
Yeah,
can take place.
yeah. Oh, no, as I said, my client said that was, his preference would be to be a year-round. Again, I mean, at the end of the day, you're still gonna be buying something near a restaurant, so it's like.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different scenario maybe than some, you're not in a residential neighborhood, and I think my opinion is the restaurant will potentially be staying.
Right. So, we're looking to approve a proof plan. And I think he's made it clear what he's willing to do, and I see Emily's getting ready to get up. Welcome, Emily. Yep.
You said groundhog.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I actually, when I was reviewing this application, I kind of missed the fact that it was proposed to be turned into a rear lot. So I did actually miss that, but I don't think it necessarily changes my, most of my comments. So in this particular instance, and I definitely remember the Evergreen project. I don't know if I was really around reviewing them before that, but I do remember being very concerned about that one as well, creating the subdivision off of the easement. And I certainly don't disagree with town council's opinion that has been included in here, that the planning board can grant waivers to the subdivision control law when they're in the public interest and not inconsistent with the intent and purpose, and also that the planning board has broad discretion to do so. But what we are questioning is whether that authority is also applicable to the zoning requirements, such as frontage. Lot 52B at the top of the plan obviously lacks frontage on any of the lawful options for creating or establishing frontage. It seems as though there isn't sufficient area among the two lots to lay out a road that would be consistent with the subdivision rules and regs. And I just don't really see how the proposed turnaround easement can substitute compliance for those frontage requirements in the zoning bylaw. So I guess I'm questioning first whether the planning board has the authority to grant the waiver to that zoning bylaw. And then if this proposal is endorsed by the planning board and reinforces that practice of allowing subdivisions off of an easement, I probably asked this question back in 2021 or whenever the Evergreen project went through, but how many more properties does this open up to additional subdivision that will come before you? And clearly, maybe there's an opportunity for some restrictions that you may deem makes this more in the public interest. But I do think it raises a question of how this translates into build out and planning for the town. I certainly don't think that the planning board is bound by past decisions. And just am pretty concerned about continuing a precedent that allows individuals to declare frontage off of an easement rather than one of the lawful options for creating or establishing frontage. I guess I would also ask if this case is different than the last one you heard, or whether or not this property could be divided through A&R without the waivers and allowing for subdivision on frontage. I think that there was a little bit of maybe a different scenario on the last one that you heard. But those are my concerns. I really think that this is a challenging road to go down to allow subdivisions allow frontage off of easements. And so I would ask you to really carefully consider that and hopefully not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just briefly.
Please.
So the two previous ones that were in the Evergreen area, so actually the first one that was done in this same format was for Daffodil Lane. I wasn't involved in that one. We then came in afterwards and did the 13 Evergreen Way, in which both of those the frontage was obtained off of the easement. And in fact, the town council letter that's submitted was actually a direct response to a letter that was filed in opposition to the Evergreen subdivision by the land council at the time. And that was the derivation of that letter in 2021, which was the Evergreen Way subdivision, like I said, in a direct response to issues that were raised by the land council at that time.
Board members.
Is there anyone else?
Anyone in the public here to speak on this?
I just think it
No one's
crosses the line. I
online.
mean, it's one thing to say, well, we're gonna have waivers to a subdivision, but it's another thing to say that we're going to basically waive frontage requirement and there's not, you can't make a subdivision plan except with an easement. I think we have to balance creation of.
Your mic's,
I'm so sorry. We have to balance the desire to create units for year-round residents, to create attainable housing, to create rental, even smaller units that will be rented to year-round and seasonal folks. But I do think we have to also balance that with the fact that the island is overcrowded. We have a lot of congestion. We have a lot of congestion right here. And so I'm not in support of this. But happy to hear other perspectives and hear what I might be missing.
No?
Either we can or can't do it. We did it. We had town council look at it, and they said we could. And I don't know if that classifies as case law, but it was certainly vetted quite well at Evergreen. That's as far as I'm going to go with that, because I'm not an attorney, but that's what they said.
I feel like we hear the same question or argument, and I go back to town council.
Yeah.
You know, so, and I like it's gonna be, you know, the deed restrictions that they want to put on there, minus the ADU, but I don't know. I just don't know why this keeps coming up. I feel like it needs to be challenged in court or something. This just.
Well, I think the challenge is different here, right? Because they're asking us to waive frontage basically on a lot, right? On the previous rear lots that we've seen, they've shown that they have frontage. This is different. This is created through a driveway easement. And so I'm on the fence on this one, to be honest with you. They need us to waive frontage. No one else asks us to waive frontage.
You have John Kitchener online with his
So
hand up.
I struggle a little against this, even though it's gonna create housing. I don't know. I feel like we need to draw the line somewhere. And this might be the place that we need to. I know Nat's gonna sigh.
Well,
but,
I'm holding it in.
John Kitchener.
Well, at the risk of getting another sigh, Mr. Chair, I get swayed a lot by, deed restrictions generally. But creating frontage off of an easement just does, I think it is a bit of a step too far. I haven't been on the board that long, but I don't remember anything like that before. So I'm hesitant to sort of start a new precedent with that. Seems pretty dangerous to me. Thank you.
If I could, I mean, we're not asking for a waiver of frontage.
Okay.
The easement.
By giving you the
it's
easement.
no different than you're not asking. You've been told you can create the roadway, a private roadway, by an easement. The frontage is then off of that easement.
Yeah.
So there's no request for a waiver of frontage.
Yes, but you know what I meant, and you're right, I'm wrong, but it's different from the last two we've seen.
The last two, what, tonight?
Yes.
Well, I'm talking
I know
about, what I'm
that, I know
submitted
that, yeah.
is
No.
particular to this application. I've got three applications that were done in a similar fashion.
Yeah. Leslie, is this just a simple majority?
It is, yes.
Well,
One
at this
of my-
point, I'm not sure I have a simple majority, so before you.
I recognize that we can do, we have a letter from the attorney, it's been, and there is a precedent, but that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And I will also say, I do, we're saying, we're giving these waivers, we're giving these restrictions, but we don't necessarily, we're gonna find that as a town, we have to catch up to implementing that. So I think we need to be just a little cautious, especially when we have a situation like this. So
I feel, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Could I just say too, now, I mean, you had an earlier application up tonight that is a similar application to this, in which you directed that person to file, to go on to the next level and come back to you. Just,
You have enough land for that to be a roadway lot.
no, it's not.
No?
No,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay,
it's not.
you on a 20-foot?
No,
Okay.
no.
and I do think that's a very important distinction. I know in the end, but you know, you do have to draw the line somewhere, so I.
So,
Yeah, I think that we seem to have more tools now than we did when we were talking about evergreen and daffodil. We didn't have the tools to create the housing that we have now with the whole package. So I just worry, I'm torn on this one. I just worry that we used to shoehorn stuff because that was the way we get housing in certain neighborhoods. But now we have the ability to restrict in so many different ways that I'm not sure that that approach makes sense anymore. I struggle is all I'm saying. I don't know that I'm a no on this, but I don't know if I'm a yes. I don't know.
So here's a scenario, Mr. Chairman. Let's say, I mean, this is happening on Nantucket now too. Buying a piece of land from the abutter, adding it to your land to create enough dirt to make it work with the road, right? That could happen, right? There's numerous ways that a lot this big and oversized, but its configuration creates the problem with A&R. You certainly can't have an A&R at this place. I mean, it would be embarrassing. But that's a big piece of land to be stuck with just what it is, you know? And this was created back before Christ. Okay, this isn't something that was done in the 80s. So there are other ways that this could happen the same exact way Paul's doing it. If there was an agreement with the abutter, with the access, with moving the lot lines, you know, a small amount to gain enough land to do it. So there's other ways of doing it. So I'm not looking at this like a shoehorn per se. I'm looking at it as the reality of this lot is what it is. And a lot could get built here without a subdivision. A lot. So this is where we get into what's going to happen versus what could happen again, you know?
Well, why don't I do this tonight? It's been a long night. There's other applicants that
been
want
a
to get stuff in here.
struggling
So
night.
why don't I'd like to continue this.
Yeah.
If it's, then I can at least have a further discussion with my client about the year-round restrictions and other issues, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of me personally, a lot of my decisions surrounding these are based on what could happen if we didn't, right? With approval not required and build out. And that isn't the situation here, so it's more of a struggle, so.
Well, you're talking about an extra unit, because I can put on this one, I can put primary, secondary, tertiary, primary, secondary, and an
But
ADU.
we will lose the restrictions, the ability to restrict. So, yeah, it's a concern. So,
All right,
and
like
I
I said,
appreciate you
let's-
continuing.
To me, it's a streetscape and like how that is impacted. And just as I'm going down Fairgrounds Road, I feel like there's some smaller houses and then there's units in the back. So the vegetation, all this, how it kind of plays in, that's kind of what I'm struggling with. I'm with you. But I think if it's properly laid out and screened properly, I think that you wouldn't even notice the second lot. So that's where I'm at.
I don't think you'll notice the second, the dwellings behind it all.
That's the fight and the balance I'm trying to play in my head, so.
Come back with us and let us
Happy
know
to
what
continue.
restrictions, and we'll get after it.
Okay, great.
All right,
All right,
so,
thank you.
Are we gonna keep the public hearing open? We're just gonna vote to continue.
Motion to continue
All right.
till November
13th. Yeah,
Yep, second.
okay, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe,
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Hillary.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Sarah, bring us some water, will
Lucky you, Sarah. You get us punch drunk and over it.
Like more than 3 hours ago, I almost gave myself a heart attack getting here because I was afraid I was going to miss my
Oh.
So, and we came this close to doing this one as a minor mod about 2 months ago. So I feel very fortunate to be here tonight. And I think there are some people online who you may or may not want to hear from. My client, Dylan Previs, is there. I think Ryan Maxwell from Don Bracken's office, and maybe even someone from Matt McEachern's office, Josh, I think maybe. But I'm not sure you need them. This application is to modify a previously granted MCD special permit. There was a building that we were going to renovate and turn into guest rooms. We decided we were going to tear it down, enlarge it, rebuild it. We're at the HDC at the moment. What you're seeing there is going to be moved back from the road a little bit. So we're still working through the HDC process, but basically we're taking down the building that's there, putting up a new building instead, staying within the number of guest rooms that were approved in our original permitting. All the other conditions of the permitting remain in place. I had a really nice conversation this afternoon with Charles, and I'm probably going to say his name wrong, but Avilis, I think. He and his family have one of the properties right next door in Sylvia Lane under contract. So he's about to become an abutter. He had some concerns about vegetation. I was able to talk to Mirka. We've agreed to, there's a stand of kind of mature cedar type trees. I don't know if they're Lelands or whatever they are. They're there in that southeast corner. We were going to take those down and replace them with new planting, a pretty robust new planting situation, but the trees wouldn't get probably as high as what's there. So what we're proposing now is to keep at least some of those trees, and then what is it called? Underplant, plants underneath them, whatever that's called.
Infill.
Underplant.
No, that's development.
It's called
Sort of
underplant.
trim them modestly and then underplant so that they maintain maximum privacy, both for the guest rooms and for the residential properties there on, is it Sylvia Lane?
Sylvia, you
Sylvia
gotta,
Lane.
if you drive in, you gotta back into somebody's
So
driveway to get out.
I'd like you to approve this, but subject to us putting in through staff a new landscape plan showing that, and also subject to the HDC changes and approval. But I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm sure my clients, if they're still awake or.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, good.
Sarah, there's not gonna be any mechanicals on that side of the building, are there? The Sylvia Lane side?
No.
Nothing.
No, we're committed to being good neighbors. I have to say, I can't tell you how much I appreciated getting a call from a neighbor ahead to actually have a conversation and say, what are you concerned about? Now, what can I do to make it better? And to actually be able to have that kind of conversation, I mean, these days that just doesn't happen. So I want to give him a big shout out for doing that.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. That's the way it should be.
Yeah, it used to be a lot more like that, but not so much anymore. Sorry.
We've kind of noticed.
Oh my God.
You kind of know that, right?
I love her humor is so much better than mine.
Board questions before I open it up to a public that doesn't seem to be in existence? No? Is there anyone other than the applicants online?
Actually, Charles Alvis just
Here he
raised
There
his.
is.
you go. Charles, welcome.
Thank you very much. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Well, thank y'all. I know it's been a long night, and I just echo Sarah's comment. We had a nice talk this afternoon, and we are, just to let you know, we're longtime Brant Point residents, going back. Gosh, we're on 4 generations now, but this is a new address, but not a new part of Nantucket for us, and we're excited about it. We're not. I know there were some negative comments a couple of years ago. We were not part of that. We want the beach side to be the beach side. But on the screening piece, I think that the things, I appreciate the applicant, really promptly getting back to us today and providing some really constructive, cooperative, commitments there. All I would ask is that this board put that in as a condition of approval, that there be a permanent vegetated buffer with the residential parcels nearby. This is closer to our residents than the old building. It's a lot taller, and I know that the flood zone is a lot of the reason for that. But nevertheless, it would be great if we could have something in the permit about this. I have every expectation that the current applicant owner is going to be a terrific neighbor, but you might have a different neighbor down the road, and it would be great if this could be part of the approval. So that's my only comment. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
I was expecting that to be part of the approval, so.
Okay, board members, anyone with comments here? No? All righty then. I'm gonna.
Motion to close public comment?
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
So can I just to make sure everything's clear about what we're approving? So
Of course.
Obviously the HDC, we're not, the HDC, we're not impinging on their ability to do anything, nor are we saying that it's appropriate to demolish it from an architectural review, perspective, or that this bigger building is appropriate for that. All still sits with the HDC. But since I wasn't involved when this came before earlier, the number of apartments, the guest rooms, even the idea that this would no longer be staff housing, that was all preconceived. The only thing that's different is that it's bigger.
Correct.
And also, it's not a renovation, it's a demolish and replace.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And to that, it looks like from the street elevation, the massing towards town will almost be the same height and scale as the existing. So the larger part is getting away and closer towards the beach side.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine with this. So,
All right,
make a motion.
please.
Motion to approve with planting along the lot line into perpetuity.
Yep. Which would be number 4 or something. Okay. I'll second that.
All right, motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Good to see you, Sarah,
Sarah.
as always.
Thank you.
All righty. On to 3 Yawkey Way, LLC, 3B Yawkey Way. Do we have someone representing, or who's Sure, if you'd like to. Okay, no, then you sit down, we'll let staff represent.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're the opposite.
Natalie Kaufman, I'm moving her over.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I thought.
Wait.
She's coming over.
Natalie?
Right. Hi.
Hi, Natalie,
So
welcome.
Thank you. I'm Natalie Kaufman, counsel for the applicant who is not present. This is a request for neighborhood employee housing. It's a very minimal increase in use from what it is now. Just to clarify, it's unit 2 of a condominium, so it's the right half of the plan you're looking at now on the screen. We were requesting a waiver for parking because based on the employer dormitory standard for parking, we need 3 spaces, but we only have room for 2 in the configuration as it is now.
All righty. And is this employee housing for a local business?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Is it, can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, of course.
Is it, are the employees seasonal employees or they're gonna be here year round?
I need to confirm that. I believe that they're long seasonal, but I don't want to commit one way or the other. I would have to check with my clients.
So it could be either.
Yes, if I can say that if it is summer, it would be, the same group of employees for the entire season, not repeated turnover throughout.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
So they're building you're gonna build another bedroom or it's just, you're gonna have, can you just explain the interior?
Sure. Right now it's classified as a 2-bedroom. There's not an immediate action to be taken. This was just purchased last month. It's that we want to just have the approval now, so the maximum would be an additional bedroom classification, assuming other requirements are met.
Is there an HOA in this condominium? And have you discussed this with the HOA?
Yeah, so it's not an HOA. There's a condominium association for these 2 units, and the other unit owner is aware of the special permit. It's outside of obviously what you need to deal with, but this does require a master deed amendment. So we've been working with them on the master deed amendment to also allow this. And we have touched base with there is a HOA for the Yawkey Way subdivision, and we've talked to them as well about this. My understanding was that it was used prior for short-term rentals, so the neighborhood in general feels that this is a reduced use of the dwelling than it was before.
So usually what we do as a board in these situations is urge the applicant to sit down and work it out with the HOA, because I don't think it is our responsibility as a board to step on HOA issues, and I really strongly feel that this is an HOA issue. Did my board agree with that?
After reading the letters, yes.
Okay, good. So I would urge you to accept a continuance on this and to go back and try to work it out with your HOA. And if you can't work it out with them, we can speak again. But usually this board tends to, unless it's outrageous, tends to side with the HOA.
I will take a continuance on this then, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to continue to November 13th.
Yep.
Or whatever, because the deadline's the 18th of January, so that's.
Well, yeah, but
got
we
good
have
time.
to,
No, but
we have to.
No, I know. You have to say that, I understand.
Is it still permissible to make a few comments?
It sure is. So let's hold
sorry,
that, and I apologize. Stand up and state your name, please.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
My name is Luke Williams. I'm one of the abutters next door to our new neighbors, which we haven't had the pleasure to meet yet. We received notice of this announcement from you folks, and we really appreciate the notification. I'm a person that I'm in full support of employee housing. I've had to live here seasonally, working for a small business on island. And I'm now fortunate to be living here year-round with my family. And we're appreciative of the opportunity to live in the Yawkey Way neighborhood, which is, by our understanding, intended to be single-family, non-commercial, non-business use. There are renters in there from time to time, and we have no issue with that. I just feel that the guidelines and the application that they've submitted, which would classify them as a dormitory, is really unnecessary, particularly if they're only talking about housing 3 to 6 staff. They have sufficient room if they want to expand or redevelop their basement or whatever it is they're planning on doing. It would just be nice to be communicated with in advance of those plans rather than hearing from the planning board on this. So we would love to work with the owners, as soon as they're available, to be able to accommodate whatever needs they have for their housing. But at this point, our feeling is, based on the information we've had, is that there's insufficient information regarding their plans, and there isn't anything that we've heard that they can't do already without the NEH designation. And I know very little legally about the neighborhood employee housing designation, but I do know that it permits you up to 18 people per lot. And I just don't believe that the original intention of this neighborhood with 2-bedroom condos intended to have that type of capacity, or even entertain going above the capacity that they already can achieve with so thank you, and I look forward to hearing more about it either in November or working with them directly and communicating to the rest of our HOA members what their plans are.
Great.
Thank you.
I appreciate your willingness to work with them, and hopefully it produces a desired result for everyone.
Attorney Kaufman has her hand raised.
Ms. Kaufman?
Hi, thank you. I just was hoping to clarify through you, Mr. Chair, a few things. I did want to say for the record that the maximum number of employees that they would have in here is 6. And my understanding was that in order to be an employer housing people, that I needed to apply for this designation because they would be an employer housing employees. So just I wanted to clarify, to hear from you, that that is indeed required if we are going to rent to employees. And just if we need to do that, I'm happy to take the continuance as discussed. And I just also wanted to say that the maximum number in here would be 6. But I will also reach out on behalf of my clients to the neighbors. So thank you for saying your concerns.
Great, and I think it would be helpful if you reached out to planning staff as well. I think they could help you through this process and help you understand if you can meet those goals without that designation. I think that would be important for you to understand. So look forward to hearing more next month. Joe?
Oh, sorry for jumping the gun. Motion to continue to November 13th.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Hillary. Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. We'll see you guys next month. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great night, guys. You guys were awful patient sitting through all that. Okay, we are on to concepts for warrant articles for 2026 annual meeting.
Well, at this point, I think we're all tired. I really don't want to go through this whole list right now unless you all just have a burning desire to go through
I have no
it
burning desire.
item by
but,
item. You all have seen this before. I've just updated it. I just wanted it in your packet.
Is it in the packet? Does everybody have it?
No, but I
Yeah,
will
'cause
forward it.
I was
I will
like, do I
forward
need
it
to
to you.
find
I brought it with me tonight on the thumb drive. I'll forward it to everyone.
Yeah, please, well, it's good then that it's not, that we're not talking about it if it wasn't in the packet, so.
Yeah, I mean, just real quick, it's just more master plan implementation of phasing out the zoning districts, RC and RC2.
Yeah.
Some bylaw changes, like if we need to do something, hope we don't, with short-term rentals, that's on the list. More accessory dwelling unit stuff, what we're going to do with the tertiary, secondary dwelling, 4181L, there's some coastal resiliency stuff. And then we have some non-zoning that's just on here, so you all know that we're working on other stuff.
So you don't want to talk now, tonight, or what are we doing?
It wasn't in the packet.
Oh, okay,
for one.
okay. No, that's
I
fine.
think that it's inappropriate to discuss anything that's not
I mean,
in the packet.
And you've seen it, so if
we've
anyone
seen
has
it.
any ideas, just let me know.
Yes.
In an email.
Yeah, so I want to let everybody know that I went to the Citizens Warrant office hours and I met with John Giorgio, and I will bring up in public comment at the NP and EDC some of those comments. But I also brought up something else, and he directed me to talk to staff and the board about, which was just this concern that came up again tonight about folks not getting their notices. And we don't have, we follow the statute, which just requires that the notices be sent by mail. But there are other boards and other departments, like for example, Erica was on the call too, and she said, well, when I have a house move, I require a certified stamped abutters list, certified and stamped from the assessor, and I require certified mail. And she said, you need to bring me the receipts. And she also said certified mail is a double-edged sword because she knows that the thing got mailed, but she doesn't know, you can't know that the person got it. And you also create, an obligation for someone to have to go with their orange slip to the post office to get the
1920.
thing. So anyway, I do feel that it's very important that people get their notices, and I know we all share that feeling. And I also am aware that often people don't because, we had an email from Billy with the Ameses where you said, yeah, this happens all the time, and we hear it all the time. It happens all the time. So it just seemed like it was a problem, and maybe we could find some creative solution that would be well received. Yes, Billy.
So I've dealt with it in both ZBA and planning board, and the only way we should not be sending it via mail. And I don't know another way that you can send notice, because if you look, you don't have to look that deep. We used to have inter-island mail, not that long ago. I'm gonna sound like Nat there for a second. But when you mail someone, if I mail something to Joe Topham's house, it goes to a post office off island. And I feel like it's just like opening Pandora's box for issues.
Yeah.
And then things just go missing. I mean, and the other thing, we've done both certified and not certified, and all it allows me to do is say, I told you so, when I have the certified slip in front of me. Doesn't make me feel any better, so I don't know that it helps.
So I think, oh yeah, Leslie.
So the planning board and zoning board, we are required to mail the notices out, and we're required to publish the notice in the newspaper at least 14 days prior to the hearing for 2 consecutive weeks. So we used to send the planning board letters out certified, and we found that we were consistently having people show up at the hearing and say, I never received mine, I did get notice because I'm here, but not the way I should have received it in the mail. And so we've switched to just regular mail, and that does seem to be working much better. I mean, again, like we don't have the slip to show that it was mailed or to show that they received it, but we do have to get the certified list from the tax assessor, and that's what we have to use.
Okay, so it is stamped and certified, even though it's not, we don't see a stamp on it.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we are required by law to use that.
Nat has out of any suggestion I've heard over the years is Nat's suggestion that the assessor's office should have an email for every property, and email should be used. And that's the best solution.
Updated every year, like.
Yeah. But we can't change that.
I'm
I've been
just gonna,
saying that for a long time. If
Yeah,
you can own
I
a
mean, I
home,
think
the
that-
town
but-
should have an email on file for
Yeah.
you.
I'm sorry,
I
go
just,
ahead.
no, I just, I did one and we sent over 330 certified letters. And half of them came back. Because no one wants to touch
Nobody
it.
wants, no, it's
No
like-
one wants to touch them. I'm not doing anything. I'm like, nope, I don't want any part of it. And then last year, my office manager was sick and she just went down and mailed them. And then realized the next week on Monday when she was feeling better, she goes, oh my God, I gotta send them certified. So she had to redo them. Half the certified letters came back, but everyone got the mailed ones.
It's a huge expense.
It's
Well-
just,
We
it's,
Back, that was like a year ago.
yeah.
Oh.
So,
It's Pony Express.
Well, and the other thing
great.
too, the certified, when you do as many mailings as we do for planning board and zoning board, it's a huge staff time commitment to do certified.
Yeah.
And it's less reliable.
So I have a question. I mean, there's two issues. One, did the notice get to the person? And two, did the person responsible for sending the notice actually mail it? So do we think we have an issue with, oh, we mail them?
We mailed them.
I see.
I don't know if it would be helpful to the board. Catherine and I, Catherine and Megan, we have like internal, Catherine will email me and say, notices went out such and such date. I mean, I can include that sort of thing in the packet, but I feel like, us as staff and professionals, we have that under control, but, and like I was saying, I mean, I've been in the scenario where someone's called and told me they didn't get notice and I can look online and go, well, you had a park truck parked in front of your mailbox when they tried to deliver on such and such date. It's no different than me just saying in email, we mailed them on X date. I can't promise that the mail delivered to you.
And I think probably the biggest issue is that so many property owners here have multiple addresses. So they'll say, I never received it. Okay, well, your address that's on file with the tax assessor is in Palm Beach and you're on Nantucket. So we have to send it to the address that's on file.
Okay.
yeah, your
All right.
taxes were.
I
like,
don't
okay.
mean to unnecessarily extend our meeting, but I think everybody
No, but I
learned,
think
I certainly learned a lot
It's important
about
to understand, because
notices.
we've all heard
It's,
it.
And when
it's
people
a dinosaur
say-
thing that's left over.
And
It's
when
never
peop-
been fixed.
Yeah.
No,
And
I-
I especially didn't know that we were the ones that mailed the notice, because that's not true in every department. So that also gives me a lot of
Yeah,
confidence.
the ACC, where I'm incumbent to
Yes.
mail it out, but I've gone to ACC meetings and someone's come up and it's like, I never got mailed, and I'm like sitting in the back, like going through, and I'm like, no, we mailed it, and this is the address, and I'll go over to them, and they're like, oh, I didn't grab that certified letter.
This is a topic I'd love
And then
to
it's a
discuss.
tough one, you know what I mean? It's really tough, but it's like,
I mean, maybe we could, so this is not a town meeting thing, but maybe we could make it really easy for people to opt in for notices. Like I have, since I'm, a dork and I want to know everything about, public notices, I've sent in my name and said, please put me on the list of people who've asked to be notified about, traffic stuff. So we could expand that.
I used to post the notice once I get it stamped through the town clerk office, but now with our new system, I could still do that, I guess, before.
If you want, if it would make it more helpful, why don't we'll include a copy in the packet. We can start just scanning a copy of the notice, because we send it with the date that it was mailed out, the number of notices that went out.
That might help with public.
Copy of that, and that way when people show up, one of us can go, hey, see page 24 in the packet. It's got the date that the abutters went out.
Okay.
Someone shares the email, the link.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, it's not new.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I mean, it's,
Oh, this has been.
yeah, I don't.
You're
think
feeling
there's-
our pain.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
Welcome to the club.
With all the changes that have been made to, the zoning act, that this is something that could have been updated somewhere along the way.
Yeah. Have to get Rob May to agree to ask everyone for an email, and then
Or
it's
we could
resolved.
ask, we could have a local registry that opt in, get your notices, because we still, under the statute, have to mail something.
Right.
Yeah.
At least we don't have to, if you're allowed, are you guys allowed to mail without the registered, or are you doing both?
No.
You have to do the registered.
I won't even.
Insanity.
I won't
Okay.
take your butters list if it's not registered.
No, I don't mean that. A registered letter and a regular mail?
No, just regular now.
Oh, okay, well, that's good. That saves a lot of money, because that's a nightmare.
All right.
Time.
I would entertain, I know you guys want to stay here all night, but I would, I'd entertain a
Motion to adjourn.
Howard?
Chairman.
Look, Howard's ready to go. Okay, you. Oh, we haven't, hey, we
that's
haven't
okay.
adjourned yet.
We can do that.
Okay.
We can do
So
that.
moved, motion to adjourn.
Okay, who, did someone?
I did.
Oh,
Oh,
second?
second.
Okay, so motion made by Joe, seconded by Hillary. Joe?
Aye.
Hillary?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right. Aye. I'm hungry, Joe.
We'll have a ghost.